Good morning to everybody who has joined us at Hotel Radisson Olympia on site at the 12th Baltic Housing Conference, and hello to everybody who has joined us online. We actually have quite many participants joining us online. So this is a regular event, and we are discussing affordable housing today, speaking about crisis, about real experience of how to survive crisis and years of war in Ukraine, but we're also speaking about preparations in Estonia, how housing associations are preparing for crisis situations. But primarily about the fact that in Europe, housing policy has now become a political focus area, and affordable housing plan has been adopted in Europe, and I'm happy to welcome President of Housing Europe, Marco, and Zorka, who is the Secretary General, who have joined us. So we will hear about recent events in Europe and how far we are with the next programming period preparations regarding the EU affordable housing plan. So I believe it's going to be a busy and substantial day, and today's date marks 30 years from the establishment of the Estonian Union of Cooperative Housing Associations in Rakvere. So we have put 3 topic areas together into one day, but now let's get started. We also have many foreign guests here with us today, so as to the technical details, our working language is Estonian, and if you don't understand Estonian, you can get a headset at the front for interpretation into English. And when we have English language presentations, then also you are welcome to get a headset for interpretation into Estonian. So we have Marko Korradi in the first session after me, so you can already go and get a headset and be ready for his presentation. So if you feel that you need interpretation into English or Estonian, then please get a headset. So this was the introduction. And I will be the primary moderator for today's event. And looking at that program, then I see I'm also the first speaker of the day. So I have to change roles and also change the pulpit.
Ma ei tea, kummad mikrofonid siin töötavad. Need mikrofone on palju, mul on üks kõrvas ka.
So I have a couple of microphones here. I'm not sure which one is on right now. But when we speak about the Union of Cooperative Housing Associations and Housing Associations movement, then let's start by marking the 30th anniversary of our association. This is not just the story of the Cooperative Housing Association, but the Housing Association's movement story in Estonia. And when you have milestones in life and you also celebrate them, then you also need to look further. And what we've been engaged in for the past 30 years got started even earlier from the first Mustamägi block building regions in Tallinn, but also in other towns of Estonia. So this was a step forward. This was the dream of owning your or having your own apartment with, as we used to say, conveniences or utilities and warm running water, and many such districts were built. Then Uismäe city district in Tallinn was completed, and for the Soviet Union it was considered one of the most beautiful residential areas, and it had these nice round shapes when you look at the aerial photos. But when the first housing associations were established in Estonia after we restored independence about 30 years ago, then we were in a situation where the state gave these apartments into our ownership, and the housing stock was about 30 years old already, so the owners now had to maintain and renovate the apartments and the buildings. So these 30 years are about renovation, and in recent years we have had state grants to fix up the buildings, but it's also been a journey of changing mindsets of how the users of this housing stock have turned into the owners, investors, maintainers, managers, innovators of this housing stock. When we look at the current renovations over the past 10 years, then we're also speaking about renovation as innovation, and this journey continues now through prefabricated renovation. I started with photos of building the Mustamägi city district and this mass construction. Then I believe that the future is this about fast, affordable, prefabricated renovation, and this is what makes the old housing stock more energy efficient and more beautiful as well. I'd like to highlight some of the milestones of our association that have had an impact on the lives of everybody who lives in a housing association in Estonia. And as a small organization, we have nudged things along and had an impact. And one important milestone is funding. So another anniversary, 25 years ago, the association's young team at the time, Urmas Mardi is smiling back at me from the audience, and Hansa Leasing, and there were also courageous and innovative guys on their team when we launched a loan mechanism that was called Housing Association's installment payment. Without this, we would not have made the rest of the 30 years work, because in the beginning, actually, the housing association manager had to put their own apartment up as collateral to get a loan, and all the housing association members had to go to the notary's office to sign any loan agreement. So without the Cooperative Housing Associations Union, we would not have been able to develop this. And well, banks don't give us the exact figures, but altogether the loan portfolio of housing associations in Estonia, in Estonian banks, is about 1 billion euros. And not one bad loan in the past 30 years. So housing associations are the most responsible in paying their loan, and it's one of the most secure loan portfolios for the banks. And looking at Janis's career, and about half of this 1 billion is in his bank. Their bank is located just across the road from here. This is Swedbank, and it started in Hansa Leasing in 2002, and about 2,000 housing associations have been renovated. Some are in the midst of renovation still, but this is what's the actual outcome of the loan mechanism and the first milestone for us. I have excerpts from old articles as well as background. You can read them later if you like. And we were quite active in the media at the time in the early 2000s, and I'm happy that 25 years ago KredEx, or the state, also came along with this process and starting securing this payment by installments mechanism. And another important keyword that was important after the financing got started is the renovation process, because the association became attractive on the loan market. The first renovation grant was paid out by KredEx on the 30th of September when the call opened in 2010, and the initial grants were 15%, 25% and 35%. So the Enterprise Estonia representative of KredEx is here as well, and they have done a lot of work, and by 2015 we see quite many renovated buildings with the help of KredEx, and 2015 and 2017 were also important milestones. I believe that the next change took place during this time, so the scientific circles also became involved. Looking at Professor Jarek Kurnitski, I saw him somewhere in the morning. They analyzed the first 200 renovated buildings and found that it's not reasonable to continue in the same way. It's reasonable to do full renovation, and full renovation also will bring this money back as taxes when you have 30% grant, and then step by step transitioning to full renovation. And the number of these buildings with different calls has improved. And another sub-development stage is the innovation of research. Tarvo Kalamees, for example, has done a lot of research in Tallinn Technical University. It started from the dormitory of the Tallinn Technical University, but now the same principles have been used in a lot of housing associations across Estonia. So not only in Estonia, but in Europe as well, we are pioneers. When we look at the shaping of people as well, then the housing association managers are the same we had 20 years ago. How much we have had to develop and evolve. That at first we were insulating just the end wall, and now we have quite technically complicated projects with energy efficiency calculation and prefabrication renovation. So the future seems quite bright and systemic as well, and if the cooperation on state level continues. So as housing associations, I believe we are ready. So where are we now? How far have we come? Last year and the beginning of this year has been an accelerator year for renovation grants. All of the state calls for proposals are covered with grants. There's even over demand. Currently, in the changing economic circumstances, there's still more demand than what the state can cover. In the last around 500 housing associations applied for funding, and according to the most recent decisions, about 150 were funded, so 350 did not receive grants. So there's food for thought here. Housing associations are ready to renovate and pay most of it themselves, and the 30%, 40%, 50%, depending on the measure, should actually be larger and also consistent. And the third important topic that as an association we've had an impact on over the past 30 years is legislation. And one of the most important ones was the new apartment ownership and housing association legal act, and the state involved us. The legal act was adopted in 2014, but we started working on it in 2010, and Ministry of Justice did discuss these issues with us in detail and did take us into consideration. Not everything we had to say, but partially. So basically, we spent 3 years at the Ministry of Justice. And Vaike Murumets was involved, for example, who holds a very high office now. And there were quite diverging ideas on state level, and even discussion whether we need housing associations in the current form and housing association managers. And but this work was done, and not all of our ideas were taken into account, but quite many important ones were taken into account, and some of the more important ones were that if you have purchased your apartment with a loan, then the housing association has the priority that they need to get their money from debt procedures ahead of banks. But all in all, I would say that the new legal act was better than the bills, but it's still a bit too complicated. Because actually it's all encompassing. About 1 million people should understand it in Estonia, but still there are different interpretations of certain provisions. So it could have been simpler, but the good thing is that we have it, that it's all in one legal act, and it's compact, and so it's manageable. So quickly an overview of what has happened at the beginning of this year. We still are good at training. Angelika Narist, a member of our management board, does a lot of work here. Another group of people just graduated in cooperation with the property maintenance working group and Rakvere vocational education institution. Priorities for the next year with the state is cooperation on waste reform, and this is just being adopted and implemented. Then civil protection in cooperation with Rescue Board and Ministry of Justice, and of course the European Affordable Housing Plan and implementing it together with the state. 2026 is also the digital transition year for us. We are revamping our webpage and our logo and our visual identity. So at the end of the year, I invite you all to visit this portal, Elamu Web, korteriühistute digikodu, which means housing web, apartment associations or housing associations digital home. And waste reform is important. We are working with the state for raising awareness. Then all buildings must finish their shelter plan by 1st of July 2027. The state has allocated resources for it, should allocate more. So let's clean up our basements. Let's see whether we can adjust them into shelters. Ukrainian experience tells us that we need to get prepared for the worst and fix up the basements. The legal act has been adopted. The support is small from the state, but there are obligations. So let's see how we manage it, and hopefully the state will allocate more funds. And coming to the affordable housing plan, then on the 16th of December, the European Parliament introduced this plan. the Commission introduced this plan, and Housing Europe probably will speak more about it. And in Europe, the Commission has published it, and the Parliament's special committee House is working on it, and I've had the honor to, as a member of Housing Europe, to introduce it in the European Parliament. So Housing Europe President has come here today together with the Secretary General to tell us about it in greater detail. As the Estonian Association, we are a member of this very impactful organization that brings together about 25 million buildings across Europe. And Estonia is also preparing for it. We are preparing the Estonian housing policy framework document, and this framework document is in the final stages, and Ivo Jaanisoo, the Deputy Secretary General, will tell us more about it today. So the processes are underway, and one of the focus areas is renovation, including the district-based renovation. And to sum up my presentation, then I'd like to say that, well, as I said in the beginning, 30 years, it's not just the story of one organization. It is the story of Estonian housing associations. It is the story of hundreds of buildings, members of their boards, and active neighbors who live in these buildings. As heads of housing associations, we know it's 30 years of meetings, especially in springtime, 30 years of progress. And we have lots of progress, not just large-scale progress, but small-scale progress. Corridors have been fixed up, there's greenery around the buildings, parking areas, lots of concerns and joy, and 30 years of caring about the residents, and understanding, in the sense that the buildings that we got as inheritance from the previous period have become our homes. And it's not just a place where you sleep, it's our home, and we want our homes to be in good order. Thank you. And if we have anybody in the audience who's not a member, then join us. Because as you can see, we have had a big impact on housing sector in Estonia. And if you have registered then and you're a member, then you can join our party in the evening. Thank you. And thank you for the 30 years I've spent with you.
And now I'm delighted to now introduce the President of Housing Europe, Mr. Marco Corrari, who will tell us about the big picture, about what does it mean to manage 25 million homes, and how is the affordable housing plan in Europe, how has it developed, who needs interpretation, please take the headsets, and then you can listen to the translation.
Floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Minister, dear colleagues, representative of institution, thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to listen and to learn from your experiences, your initiative, and your view on housing policy. Yesterday, I appreciate, I show your work, I know your problem, appreciate your work, your vision, with an holistic approach, very, very innovative. For me, good best practice for all countries in our continent. A warm greeting to Andres and his colleagues, a friend, and because for us is a key pillar in housing policy in this part of the continent, as well as an important point of reference on the issue of reconstruction of Ukraine. a warm greeting to Ukrainian delegation. Housing policy at the center of the European agenda. Today we can clearly say that housing policies have finally returned to the center of the European political and institutional debate after many years in which housing was too often underestimated. This is an important achievement, the result of long-term work and continuous advocacy by many actors, mayors, cities, regions, national government, housing providers, organizations such as Housing Europe, and of a growing commitment by European institutions. For the first time, we have a European Commissioner for Housing, a dedicated task force, European Housing Plan, presented in December 2025, defining objective, pillar and action. We also have a European Parliament Housing Committee, which has recently approved a report of the housing crisis supported by an in-depth need assessment. In this work involved all relevant stakeholders, institutions, the financial system, association, and research center. We too have contributed by sharing data, experiences, and policy proposals developed through the work of our member as Housing Europe, and thanks also to your work. The nature of the housing crisis data clearly show that we are facing a deep structural crisis affecting the growing number of the European citizens, who either need access to housing or are already living in housing that is unaffordable or inadequate, and that requires an equally structural response. The first and most evident issue is the affordability of housing. In many cases, housing costs, rent or mortgage, utilities and running costs excess 30% of disposable household income, generally considered the threshold beyond which housing becomes unaffordable. The reasons are well known and increasingly interconnected. Rising construction and renovation costs, increasing rental prices, higher energy costs, stagnating wage and growing job insecurity, declining purchasing power of the middle class, increasing poverty and growing demand from vulnerable households. Alongside these economic factors, we are witnessing profound changes in the structure of our society. Population aging, a growing number of single-person households reaching the 40% in many cities, increased mobility for work and education, migration flow, especially towards urban areas. From a housing market perspective, across Europe, we also observe a sharp decline in new construction, increasing difficulties for middle-income households in accessing on ownership, a contraction of the traditional rental market, the spread of short-term rental, a lack of trust among small property owners renting their housing. Added to this is a growing and critical phenomenon, the financialization of housing market. The entry of large investor and real estate fund has transformed housing into a finance asset, pushing prices upward and reducing affordable supply. Much of Europe's housing stock was built in the post-war period. It is often energy inefficient, in need of major maintenance, not compliant with current safety standards, not adapted to seismic risk in vulnerable areas, increasingly exposed to climate-related risk. Another crucial challenge is the need to adapt the housing stock to an aging population, because many older people live alone, need the removal of architectural barriers, in many cases, the building risk are the prison for the people that have the problem of disability, require more accessible and usable dwellings, need enabling technology to ensure safety, healthy, and well-being within the home. Here, housing policy and social policy are clearly and inseparably intertwined. A multi-speed Europe, the level of social housing provision varies significantly across Europe. Some countries have built a strong and well-established social rental housing system over time. Others, such as Italy and Spain, many southern and eastern European countries like EU, are characterized by very high level of home ownership and very limited supply of social housing. These are the countries where the housing crisis is most severe today. Demand for affordable rental houses is increasing for new families, young people, migrants, mobile workers, students, older people. At the same time, the need for support is growing among those who struggle to maintain their housing. Housing needs are concentrated in larger cities, but are increasingly affecting medium-sized and smaller cities in economically dynamic regions. At the same time, many inner and rural areas are experiencing depopulation, accompanied by deteriorating housing stock. Protecting and revitalizing smaller towns and inner areas by ensuring access to public service helps avoid excessive urban concentration, make use of vacant housing stock, improve quality of life, maintain territorial cohesion and control of territory, particularly in mountain. The housing crisis is not only a real estate issue. It affects health, limits labor mobility, negatively impacts educational pathway, and depends social inequality. The lack of affordable housing, including short-term stays, restricts young people access to university and prevent workers from moving to where jobs are available. This crisis threatens social cohesion, economic stability, territorial competitiveness, and the functioning of public services. In response to this situation, we fully share the approach adopted by the European Commission and the European Parliament, a structurally integrated and long-term approach. Action is needed on several fronts. One, reducing housing costs by containing construction and renovation costs through innovation and industrialization in the construction sector, promoting prefabrication and standardization where possible, while safeguarding architectural quality, renovating existing housing stock not only at building level but at neighbour level, improving energy efficiency, introducing smart technology and digitalization for building management, promoting renewable energy self-production and self-consumption also through energy communities, managing residential complexes more efficiently, develop shared community-based proximity services. Second, increasing housing supply. We need a stable and permanent stock for affordable rental housing for the need, like I said before, low-income households, middle class, young people, etc. When we talk about affordable rents, we do not simply mean rent below market price, but rents proportionate to household income. This model requires public resources, both for investment and to support households who cannot afford housing costs. We need long-term loan at low interest rate, effective access to EIB funding, European Investment Bank, and public bank thanks to European, national and local guarantee instrument, because our organization, the social housing company, are not bankable, are not profit, and need to have possibly to access the financial with guarantee. The European Commission and also a share of not repayable grant. The European Commission decision to allow the use of structural fund for housing, it is an important step. However, a dedicated European housing fund is needed to ensure that the resources are not diverted to other priority. We also need favorable treatment, tax treatment for housing intervention and for management activities, as social housing is a public service. Housing policies cannot separate it from social policies. Behind housing difficulty, there are often broader forms of vulnerability, economic, social and relational situation. Our work does not end with the allocation of dwellings. We must support people toward employment, toward autonomy, toward community building. Social housing neighborhoods must not become areas of concentrated disadvantaged, but place of inclusion, with social mixed services and opportunity. The role of social housing. The European Housing Plan is based on a very clear principle. Housing is not only a roof, but safety, stability and quality of life. Alongside the provision of housing, there is a continuous work to support residents and strengthen community. This is the role of social housing organization, public, cooperative and non-profit provider. Their role is increasingly essential in a context of profound demographic and social change, requiring actors guided not by profit but by the common good, working alongside public authority. The European Parliament has reinforced this vision by highlighting the importance of public, social and cooperative housing, no-profit and limited profit model, the social economy, public-private partnership oriented towards social objectives. At the end, as housing policy remains primarily the responsibility of the Member State, region and city. However, the European Union can play a decisive role through coordinated action at all levels. In this case, we need the planning, appropriate an approach from European level to local. We need planning, appropriate and flexible instruments, because we have several different situations, municipality by municipality. Integrate policies, reliable data, collaboration across institutions and works across different competencies. At is required, clear, all activities required, clear, participatory, collaborative local governance with integrated inside the institution, but with collaboration with our sector. Conclusion, we will not overcome this crisis by simply relying on the market. The market alone has not been able to guarantee fair access to housing. What we need is a clear vision of housing as social infrastructure, substantial and stable investment, a strong supply of affordable rental housing, recognition of the role of the social housing sector, multi-level governance based on cooperation. Housing is not just a need, it is a key level for social cohesion, economic development, and the future of our country, city, Europe. I will follow your work with great interest. I am here to listen and to learn from your experiences and to take on board your needs and proposals. Thank you.
aitäh, Marko!
Thank you, Marko.
aitäh Marko Corradile
Thank you to Marco Corradi, Housing Europe President, for extending this message. But now, let's continue with the next panel. And in the first panel, we will be discussing the housing policy and financial measures in shaping affordable housing and a better living environment. So let's listen to what the state has prepared so that the Europe Affordable Housing Plan could be implemented in Estonia, and what are the future support grants for housing associations, which hopefully are included in the measures. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Deputy Secretary General on Living Environment and Circular Economy from the Ministry of Climate, Ivo Jaaniso. Thank you, Andres.
The President, Secretary General, thank you for coming here. I will start with English and then continue in Estonian, but for your honor, I made the slides in English, so you can watch and follow. And also I'd like to thank the colleagues from Ukraine, from Latvia, from our other, let's say, friends from Europe, to join us and to learn together, to learn from our successes and to also look into the future, what we have in front of us. So I will continue in Estonian now. Nii, tere taas kõigile.
Good morning, everybody. I'll be speaking about housing policy from different aspects. We're speaking about financing, things we've already done well, so lessons to learn from, and where we're headed. I'm very grateful to Andres. In order to be wiser in the future, we need to learn from history, and I like this historical timeline that you showed. I also have a timeline in my presentation from the past to the future. And for our guests, this is not Photoshop, but this is a real place in Estonia, in the city of Tartu, where there is work to be done still to fix up the buildings, and of course they are active. But what I want to emphasize is the challenge that we're facing. I've heard it sometimes that renovation is this green transition that nobody can understand, but actually it's based on practical need for a societal developmental leap and to resolve a situation that has come to us because of the mass construction more than 50 years ago. The buildings that were built then now are at an age where they need to be renovated. So in that sense, the EU focus on energy efficiency and wise use of local resources comes at the right time. And our housing stock needs to be renovated now. So this is a win-win situation. Our housing associations win, the state wins, and Europe wins. Let's use our resources more wisely. Let's save on costs. It's improve the living environment. Let's have the internal climate that's healthier, and we can also develop our technological success stories, as Andres highlighted, in the form of prefabricated renovation, etc., etc. There are many gains. So this is one of the concerns that we are consistently resolving. Another concern that I would like to focus on today, which is part of the housing policy and the launching pad for it, is that we can't get around new apartment buildings either. Yes, renovation is key to affordable housing policy. If people don't need to move, then that's the best scenario. And we all want to live in our homes as long as possible. But sometimes you do need to move. And when we speak about the distant areas, then the housing stock statistical depreciation is becoming more of a burden. When we look at the last 16 years and the new buildings that have been built during this time, I'm speaking about larger buildings with at least 3 apartments, then and Northeast Estonia is a big concern. Also, Southeast Estonia, only 1 new apartment building for Southeast Estonia. Everybody probably knows what this building is. It's well known, but market-based living stock development is not taking place. In some places it is taking place, Rapla, but only 3 buildings, and they're quite small numbers. 10 in Rakvere. So these are the main centers in Estonia, and here 2.1% of the dwellings are the housing associations buildings, and these are very small buildings as well. So 1.4% of the dwelling units, and for regional development, societal development, it's a big concern. And of course, we're looking at the industrial areas across Estonia and our security, to have people also living in northeast and southeast Estonia. That's also a social issue and security issue, that people would have a good of a life there as possible, and everything else as well. We can't focus only on the cities of Tallinn and Tartu. Well, Rail Baltic maybe will save Pärnu. Even now we see new buildings based on market conditions taking place in Pärnu. And today we could also speak about Tallinn and Tartu real estate prices. But it's quite a typical situation, or quite similar to other European larger cities, where the concentration of people on a small area drives up the prices, and there's a lack of balance between the supply and the demand. Now, I spoke about a number of problems. Let's look at the timeline. The success story of renovation, and of course it's headed by enthusiastic people, and we shouldn't underestimate the human contribution here, and some risk, and some in political circles as well, and luck. But some topics have had to develop in parallel. First of all, accessibility of loans and financing, their conditions, then direct grants. These are very important and have a large impact. Then technology, technological developments, and then know-how, awareness in society of how to do things correctly. When we start from the early days, then in the beginning, banks didn't really know what to do with housing associations. They didn't consider housing associations such good credit clients. Now they know that they are. There was very little money for grants, and the focus was on just partial renovation, just the end walls, side walls, and other repairs. And the awareness was just advertising of support measures and grants. And then the CREDEX, a loan fund, was launched, And the same measure that Andres highlighted. And then at that time, there was a bit of differentiation of the percentage of support depending on the level of renovation. A third of deep renovation, which was a success story, and campaigns for grants, to introduce the grants. About 10 years ago, the loan market became quite well organized, and depth of renovation-based grants, and 90% of the buildings had deep renovation, and University of Technology and technical experts started contributing heavily to bring the know-how to housing associations. And it was technical consultants who were used at the time, and also construction project audits were carried out, and there were specific formats for contracts, and broad-based campaigns also took place. Now 2018 to 2020, region-based differentiation was introduced, so the grant percentage was based on location, so 30% in Tallinn, Tartu, then periphery 50%, and in between 40%, and this has been justified. Technology evolved even more. We had central ventilation come in, also different cool projects that served as a role model. I think it was 2017 when the dormitory of University of Technology was completed, that was based on prefabricated renovation. And we also started using a transparent register for the procurements. And more information was shared with the general public, and we had things to show, and TV programs were made. So now we are even better with the loan market, that housing association loan interest rates and periods are quite similar with mortgages, private mortgages, which is quite good. And under certain conditions where there's still a market obstacle, then the state also offers a loan, and sometimes it has been necessary to use it. As to the grant rates, then they're more specific. The region-based distribution is still there, and budget allocation is based on county, which we used a couple of years ago, or size of the building. Also a special budget for buildings with cultural value, and for a while we also had advantage of prefabricated renovation. So technological advancement has been considerable recently. Prefabricated renovation is becoming quite common for certain types of buildings already, and district-based renovation as well. In the last call, we had a very interesting positive example near Tapa in Vajangu-Küla, where 7 buildings have received their grant decision together. And as to know-how, then the R&D is very important. We have many partners across Estonia in the Life Buildest research program, which has been a great accelerator, a cooperation platform of sorts. And we focus on specific market obstacles. Also, in planning the Social Climate Fund, we have had special focus on households who have financial difficulties, who are struggling financially, so that they could also overcome this threshold to get positive decisions in the renovation grants. And renovation guide for the future, so practical best solutions online, interactively. And in 1 month, the first version should be made public, and other digital tools and materials. And here we have Bank of Estonia, a recent example of the statistics, the funding conditions have become better and better. And I also like to thank banks that they have been brave enough and they see the potential in this. And in some sense, the green bonds market has helped out. But in the end, like Andres said, no housing association has gone bankrupt so far. And it's worth providing reasonable interest and loans to housing associations. Now, affordability of housing, within a month or so, if the government approves it, we will publish the affordable housing strategy document, which is focused on affordability of housing and availability in regional centers and keeping rental prices reasonable, and that housing expenses would not be and utilities would not be too burdensome for lower income families and households. And so how to guide these measures? First of all, of course, we have the national guidance and monitoring system, but in practice it's about active land policy, also developing the planning system, and in the third pillar, creating a business model for affordable housing, and fourth, establishing quality housing. And here we have a differentiation between growing centers and shrinking regions. The problems differ and solutions do as well somewhat. The document has not been completed yet and the government hasn't approved it yet, but just some insight into it. I believe that as to affordability and accessibility, supply side shouldn't be underestimated. With the supply, we're speaking about new buildings, but also the after sales market. When we look at the statistics, then the difference between the two is always about 60 to 70% is the price difference. And even if we have 1% a year of new buildings, then the impact on the total housing stock prices is very large. So one thing we want to focus on in this document is the bringing down the cost of the new developments. And if it seems that it's just construction costs, then no. The main factors are the following. First of all, cost of land and the different fees for social infrastructure. And these are quite different in different parts of Estonia. And sometimes for developers, it's unforeseen what they will be. There's lack of predictability, and that also raises the loan interests. Secondly, pre-construction preparations, including planning, permitting. In Tallinn a while ago, the time from concept to completion of construction was about 10 years. Tallinn City Planning Board has taken steps to reduce this time, and it has had an impact. Plus, the state planning system has been revised, and construction code has been amended to reduce administrative burden and bureaucracy and to accelerate the processing. And also planning information system, the first version has been finished, and that's also developing so that the processing would be transparent, that it wouldn't be just sitting on somebody's shelf, and we focus on what's important. Not on how thick the lines are on the drawings, but real things, the real things you need for permitting construction. And thirdly, which has a lot of impact actually, when we look into the Excel tables, is the net and dwelling floor area ratio to site area. the smaller the floor area, the more the owner pays per unit. So that has a lot of impact. So that's why in city planning we need to follow the best practice. That we wouldn't have too much underground parking area, that we wouldn't have too many business areas. We need to strike a reasonable balance. Yes, we do need the business floor space and we do need the parking floor space as well, but it's about balance and we want to support the local municipalities in this. And as stated, the President of Housing Europe very correctly pointed out that the share of ownership, so Estonia is neck to neck with Italy, 80% of the people own their real estate, 20% are tenants. It's quite a high level compared to the rest of the world. It tends to be lower elsewhere, but that's the situation that we're in. And with researchers, when we completed the base analysis for affordable housing policy, then we agreed that it's not a problem really. The number doesn't need to be bigger or smaller. We just need to cope with the situation. So before I spoke about new dwellings that are for sale, then we need to speak about rental apartments in the same way. And with the latter, in order to develop affordable rental spaces, we have serious market obstacles. In city center of Tallinn, you maybe can overcome them, but not outside Tallinn and maybe Tartu city center. We're speaking about similar financing obstacles as we saw in housing association financing 20 years ago. So we can follow the best practice we learned then and try to overcome the market obstacles. So that's what we're planning to do together with the European Investment Bank. Next week, consultations will begin. And by the end of the year, we want specific models that are adapted to Estonia. Of course, they will also be consulting with local experts, including the Estonian Union of Cooperative Housing Associations, and the ministry and partners will all be contributing heavily to develop the best model for Estonia. So let's keep our fingers crossed and lots of energy to us in taking these big steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo. And Ivo will stay here with us today, because after the presentations of the first panel, we shall also discuss, among others, on the stage here. Thank you for the overview. We see that the important document is coming up, and it's a very important housing plan over the last decade, right? Yes, indeed, on such a scale. And when will it be passed by the government? Hopefully in a month. Whether the housing associations will benefit from new financing options, we will hear about it at midday during the panel discussion. Thank you once again. And now we will ask a gentleman to take the floor whose contribution to the renovation of the housing fund is invaluable. He started talking about good internal climate and integrated renovation. He's a well-known guy in Estonia, Mr. Jarek Kurnitski, and he has become the vice rector for academic affairs at the Tallinn University of Technology as well in the meantime. Dear Jarek, thank you so much, and tell us about the housing policy and the next possible steps in refurbishment or renovation. Thank you. Good afternoon, and let us try to take a more technical look. Indeed, a new housing policy is emerging in Estonia, and it is great to see that. Ivo's presentation about it was very thorough. Certainly the need is very big for housing. Indeed, until we have the new housing policy ready we have been working by renovation or refurbishment, and the renovation grants provided have been the main measure for Estonian housing policy that has systematically been used for a long time, since 2010. It is clear that it all comes with history. Nearly 70% of Estonian inhabitants live in apartment buildings, and the majority of them have been built before the year 2000, and they are in need of refurbishment. We see on the housing market that the new apartments are considerably more expensive compared to the old ones, and most of the real estate transactions take place on the secondary market. Unfortunately, the trend has become more vivid over the last years because we are going through several crises. Of course, new construction work is going on, and many real estate developers are providing new housing, but they can only provide as much as there is demand for. During crisis, the demand for new apartments has sharply fallen. Maybe it is slightly restoring now. However, the secondary market for the existing housing stock has been very active all the time because people need to live somewhere, and this is a fact. If the buildings were to only stay erect, not fall on you, for example, when we see this wall of staircases, will it fall on you? Will it not when you pass every day? We know that the old buildings are in need of full renovation. Unfortunately, the majority of the old buildings are uninsulated. They are not renovated. They are not energy efficient. So there is lots of work to do. Looking back over time, the renovation of apartment buildings started with our own initiative. The State of Estonia, together with the construction companies, were faced with the economic recession, and renovation started with the poor technological condition of the buildings. And of course, the heating costs were very high as well. Later, several European goals also allowed for renovation, for example, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive and Energy Efficiency Directive. They have very similar goals. However, these directives are different. Energy Efficiency Directive largely focused on how to build new buildings better, for example, near zero energy buildings and so on. But the focus in this directive has become slightly different by now. A lot of emphasis is placed on refurbishing the existing housing stock. This is the reality in Europe because Europe is dependent on energy carriers. The more we burn the energy in the housing stock, so to say, the more we tend to be dependent on gas and other resources. Therefore, Europe is clearly interested in that matter, and it is purely based on economic factors. We are investing, we are improving efficiency, we provide better living environment for people, and we can also save money. Energy security, energy policy are better aligned as well. Currently, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive has a very clear goal to improve the energy efficiency of the housing stock. Talking about the average energy use per square meter by 2030 and 2035, this needs to be reduced on the scale that you can see on this graph. This is the average primary energy use of the housing stock divided by the net area in square meters. This is the indicator, and the indicator is improved by building new, very efficient buildings, and it is also assisted by renovation. Renovation is highly developed here, and it has also been labeled as a top measure for achieving Estonia's energy efficiency goals. The Energy Efficiency Directive talks about final consumption slightly reducing every year. As nearly half of the energy end use comes from the buildings, of course, energy efficiency plays a major role as well. This is simply an example of a renovation project where the energy savings measures that can be used in Estonia, including in transport and in industry and, of course, buildings. We analyze the data, and the measure for refurbishment of dwellings was highlighted as a positive example of what has been done well in Estonia already and what could serve as a role model for the rest of Europe as well. This measure is especially relevant because it can be managed in a budgetary neutral way, because the energy savings are so high and the state receives so much tax income. For example, if the state provides 30% in grants, then in terms of labor and value-added tax, the state gets back 32%. And the state might even benefit from providing grants. This survey was carried out before the hike in VAT, and maybe now the state would get even more back. This is also one of the reasons why Estonia has been able to support refurbishment work to such a high scale. And indeed, we have got going very actively in the renovation of buildings. 1,800 buildings since 2010 with the help of grants have been fully renovated. Added to that, about 500 dwellings that have been renovated with people's own finances. Certainly more than 2,000 dwellings have been renovated so far. We get the best statistical overview from the year since the year 2015, and the calls for proposals after 2015 have provided the basis for the current renovation standard. You get a slightly lower grant if the final end consumption shows energy performance D label, but you get more finances for renovation if you are able to achieve a higher, better energy performance label. Between 2015 and 2025, 1,162 apartment buildings were renovated. 3.3 million square meters have been renovated with the help of these grants. 3.3 million square meters is quite a lot, and this is significant considering how many of these houses are there. Currently, we think that about 20 million square meters still needs to be renovated. We have renovated already a lot, and nearly 9,500 to up to 10,000 apartment buildings still need to be renovated. However, the figure is not very exact because we have a lot of small houses of, for example, 500 square meters, and the bigger houses that might have an area of up to 10,000 square meters. So we can count buildings, but we must also count the numbers of renovated square meters, and thereby we can assess the need for renovation. Of course, these figures are not fully cast in stone. Currently, we are drawing up the National Renovation Plan managed by Ivo, and Kaspar Alev is in charge of it at the Ministry of Climate. They will write down the exact figures in it. And we have the best available knowledge based on scientific research done by our universities to see what our housing stock is, where are people moving to, why are buildings left behind empty. Possibly they will be demolished in the future because there is no point in having the empty buildings. Possibly they will be demolished in city centers, and we know that everything that is already there in housing stock is actively used in the biggest cities of Estonia, Tallinn and Tartu, and new buildings need to be built, and we see there is a very vivid, evident need for new housing plan in Estonia. 12 million square meters that still needs to be renovated. We can realistically renovate it over the next 30 years, and if you calculate, it means about 320 houses a year or 400,000 square meters a year, which is quite a lot. But luckily, the houses also become smaller over time. They are not the large apartment buildings in the districts of Tallinn, such as Mustamäe or Lasnamäe, and these 400 square meters isn't such an immense figure if we think that it's only maybe 320 houses. Currently, if you do a full renovation, it costs about 700 euros a square meter. Let me tell you what's part of it. When we are renovating, we are also improving the living environment, and one of the reasons behind the high cost of renovation per square meter means that currently we would need a renovation grant of 84 up to 126 million euros a year if the average grant provided for housing renovation would be 30 to 45% of the whole cost. Considering the economic situation and considering what might happen in the future, well, this is a different topic. As for the technical challenge, when we renovate, we must do it in a way that keeps the buildings erect and that lets the inhabitants enjoy their life in them. The challenge here is that we cannot do minor work and time them over time and renovate in parts and hope for a good end result. All the existing experience that we have with traditional renovation and also prefabricated renovation. You can see the graphs and photos on this slide. With both, you have to go about renovation at once fully. The figure on the left shows you that if you start to insulate the old exterior wall with the old window, and the prefabricated renovation might provide you with a new wall panel, then the new window in between, and then another wall panel, and then you would have the old windows on the inside and the new windows on the outside, and later you can remove the old windows from the inside and just have an insulated exterior wall. However, some finalizing work still needs to be done, and if you were to swap windows and then start insulating walls 5 years later, how could you go about it? Will it just hang in the air once you insulate the wall? Until you do it, you can't really do it like that. And if you were to insulate around the old windows, there would be such a big thermal bridge that it would not be around the window, that it would not be feasible and reasonable either. And thermal losses might be bigger than if you were to just insulate the whole wall and replace windows at once. This is one simple example of why we couldn't renovate it in such a way, because otherwise the windows might have to hang in the air, and later, how could you go about insulation then? If you start insulating the walls, and then you need to have the piping system installed for air injection, then you must also take good care of that. And On the photo in the middle, you can see an example of prefabricated renovation where the ventilation ducts and pipes run on the outside of the building during the renovation. If you were to go about renovation in a complex, integrated way, it is the best choice. The same applies for the roof as well. You must install quite a lot of technical equipment in the roof, and it is reasonable to go about swapping or changing the roof with the ventilation equipment. And we know that the air injection piping system is mainly on the building's facade, and the air extraction system is organized in a different way. If the apartment housing association were to renovate a building fully and just make use of their finances, it would be very, very difficult. Certainly, there are opportunities for renovation in stages. You can't really rule that out, that renovation can also be done in stages. However, it would become considerably more expensive and the end result would be much poorer as well. Therefore, if we were to go about renovating 12 million extra square meters, we must be sure that these buildings are built in an environmentally sustainable way so that the next 30 years would only require some slight maintenance work for the buildings, no thorough renovation. We must make use of reasonable solutions, and depending on the technology, either go for prefabricated renovation options or renovation on site and fully. As for the pace of renovation, the state has allocated grants ever since the year 2015 up to 480 million euros, and altogether the state has invested 1.07 billion euros, which means that the grants account for 45% of total investment. That means that the state has considerably supported the renovation of buildings. The rate of the 30% grant has been made use of a lot. Entrepreneurship and Innovation Foundation has a very good overview of the decisions on which buildings to renovate, how much to provide support for it. We know that on average, when an association gets a decision for receiving the renovation grants, it takes about 1 to 12 years up until the renovation work is completed. And if some money is left over, that money can be made use of in the next call for proposals. In the beginning, when the grant scheme was launched, it was used not on a flat rate, but however, over time it has become more stable, how much has been used and how much has been available. The technical solutions have developed in a very nice way as well. What have we seen during the crisis? Since 2021, the cost of renovation sharply soared. Other prices have soared, increased a lot as well. Nothing special about it. Currently, 700 euros a square meter is the cost of full renovation. Two reasons behind it. One is general price increase in all sectors, and the second reason is that we do more work. Previously, more emphasis was placed on insulation and ventilation and energy savings, but now thorough renovation is the way. Of course, water and sewerage pipes need to be changed, and electricity connections as well. If they are already 50 to 60 years old, these cannot be postponed any longer. In addition to that, however, new balconies are being constructed, elevators are being changed, cellars and yards around the buildings are being reorganized, new playgrounds are being provided, and these have all been eligible costs. Renovation support has always included the eligibility of auxiliary works so that these projects can also include such works, and it has been very popular as well. There is no doubt that people's living environment has been improved considerably with that. The average cost of renovation is 50,000 euros per one apartment as of now. And we can say that the housing policy is still being developed, and it is picking up pace. We saw it in 2024 as well, when the state provided the biggest amount of support for renovation over time, 170 million euros, divided into 4 technology-based calls for proposals in 17 regional calls. There were options for prefabricated renovation. Also, there was a separate call for proposals for renovating large-scale apartment associations, and also district-based renovation, and also renovating the dwelling stock of cultural and architectural value, and it spanned across all of Estonia. In green, you can see the areas where some funding opportunities were still available 1 month after the funding opened up. Usually we know that it takes a couple of hours before the calls for proposals receive the maximum amount of applications possible, considering how many finances are available. But in these green areas, such as some eastern and western parts of the country, some grant was still available a month later. And on average, the support for renovating a building increased to up to 50%, not considering Tallinn. And in Tallinn, the reconstruction support rate by the state was 30%. Of course, it was very popular to apply for renovation grants in Tallinn as well. And as a result, the auxiliary work, besides full renovation, was not done very much. We can see that the cost of renovation per square meter in Tallinn was 564 euros, and the average cost of renovation per square meters was 695 euros, or nearly 700 euros per square meter. If we provide more support, more works are being done, and renovation becomes more expensive as well. Here we would need to discuss how much does the state need to support, because when we talk about waste sheds or playgrounds, maybe the apartment cooperative housing association is able to do it later on after full renovation, and they are not as urgent as some technical works are that might need to be done at once. So in this sense, we have lots of great experiences, and the state can consider which housing policy develop, how to move forward from here, because there is still a lot to do. In any case, we can say that the calls for proposals between 2015 until 2025 have launched full-scale renovation boom in Estonia, and have also shaped the current standard for renovating the existing housing stock, which will guarantee both energy savings and also the sustainability of buildings, and also an increase in the value of real estate. The system based on grants has certainly proved to be successful, but the problem with it is that it's costly for the taxpayer, and we can see that only 1/5 of the buildings have been renovated without the support. In the beginning, you saw the slides with millions of square meters and the number of buildings, and only 1/5 of these houses have been renovated with their own financing to the best of their knowledge, and this is a very small share. Certainly, the value of real estate would allow for more self-financing. The banks will certainly provide loans based on how expensive real estate is. In Tallinn and Tartu, there would not be major problems with it. Renovation could also be done without the state grant, but the availability of national grants has caused the situation of the housing associations to wait around for the call for proposal to open up and not renovate with their own financing at all. Hereby, we need to consider whether we need to provide more support for fewer projects, but provide more money, or provide less money but to more projects. And we can also say that this widespread support has been a very convenient choice for many political parties, but will we also see results be delivered in the long run? We know that money is needed in all areas, and certainly housing policy needs to make relevant choices. If we had a clear housing policy, and hopefully we will have soon, it takes some time, then you could also hope for renovation without additional support. If it is clear where can support or grants be made use of, and which real estate cannot benefit from the grants, then you could also presume that renovation with own financing would also kickstart if the value of real estate would allow for it. With such issues, with such expectations to Estonian housing policy, let me also conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to Jarek, and we can ask you questions later during the panel discussion, and then we will be able to discuss where the housing policy is headed. But now we will continue with the European level, and I'd like to pass the floor to I believe the best housing specialist in Europe, whom I've met at dozens of conferences, and a figurehead in Europe when we speak about housing and affordable housing. I'd like to pass the floor to the Secretary General of Housing Europe, Sorka Edwards, who will speak about the big picture in Europe and the affordable housing plan implementation, and from the point of view of Housing Europe.
Hello, happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Excellent to see colleagues. And indeed, congratulations, 30 years. Congratulations to Ekel. But also, can I ask how many of the owners' representatives are here in the room today? Yes, a lot. Okay. And congratulations to you as well, because I think this system where the owners are really having a collective management of the whole national process is something really special and a real reference for the rest of Europe and even more. I think representative from the ministry today said that renovation has become a national sport in Estonia. So we see that there is a trust in the system, and so it's a real success story. We also hear, of course, that it's has the own challenges, that you look for more financing to continue this national success story. And I hope that our work at Housing Europe, Andres mentioned earlier, now we are looking at the next financing phase. I really hope that there will be more financing to support your work across Estonia, and so that you have, I think, as your ministry pointed out, yes, some areas where you have huge success, but also some rural areas where you need more support. So I really hope that Housing Europe, together with ECHL, we can help to release more funding for this very important mission. So today I will explain a little bit our perspective. So Housing Europe, we are the voice of limited profit, social, public, cooperative housing all across the European Union. So overall, there are approximately 43,000 of organizations. So if you think each building, you have a homeowner cooperative, that is one of those associations. But they are very different in different countries. You can have municipal housing companies, you can also have rental cooperatives, you can have limited profit housing associations. So you have a quite varied, because of the different histories in Europe, you have a really varied approach. Overall, I think when we add them all up, there is approximately 25 million homes with about 50 million people living in those homes. But what's important, of course, is the activities of those organizations. So they are roughly delivering 200,000 new homes every year and renovating about a similar amount. Obviously, this performance is going up and down. At the moment, we have a big problem with the price of construction that was already mentioned. And the price of land is also an issue, but work is going on. In some member states, these companies are delivering, if we look at the Netherlands, for instance, or Sweden, 1/4 of the new buildings, new homes, are actually being delivered by these types of organizations. If we look at in Finland, it's 1/3. So they really make up a big part of the housing provision in many countries. And as Marco Corradi, our president, mentioned, they are working on a limited profit basis. So very much like your revolving fund, the investment made in those affordable homes is staying in the system. And this, I think, is what makes our goal very societally oriented. However, I think we already know that housing is not solved by us. It's still a very big problem. And this is why, indeed, as Andres is working also closely with the process in the Committee of Regions, the institutions, it's now a top priority in Europe, but unfortunately for the wrong reason. It's because there is a big problem. So we have a 60% increase in 10 years in the price of homes. We have a 20% average increase in rents, but in some cases it's over 100%. And in some cases, house prices, indeed, in the 10 years in Hungary, for instance, it's over 200% increase in the price of homes. So it's on the political agenda, but for the wrong reason, unfortunately. It's because we haven't managed to meet the local demand, the societal demand. We also see 1 million, on average, homeless people across the European Union on any given day. So so we are there working very hard. I think the members trying to deliver. But we have this problem that we have to, I think we need all the good ideas, and I think now Estonia is also on board trying to tackle this affordable housing issue. So I think we can expect some new innovative ideas in this group work that we have to really solve this issue. And the goal of, I think, all of us is decent housing for all in Europe. That's the stated goal of Housing Europe, but I think now it is really one of the goals of the EU as well. So let's see if we can manage. But I want to bring back the point today, indeed, and I think this is where Estonia now, we work together with Andres and the team at ECHL and with Anu for over 20 years, and we've seen how they have tried to tackle this crucial issue. Because yes, there is a problem with new delivery, but if we think about it, most of the homes that will be here in 2050 are the homes we already have today. So this dealing with the existing homes is a huge challenge. And this is why I think the experience here is so precious, because you really have come up with a systematically incremental, successful approach to tackling that. But it's still a big issue. Not every country has managed we're still looking at 34 million people with difficulty to heat or cool their homes. Obviously, in Southern Europe, the cooling is actually a serious problem, and with climate change only due to get bigger. And unfortunately, on average, the renovation rate is only about 1%. We would need at least to double that. And we've seen from our presentation earlier with the EPPD a clear push to do that. But just to keep in mind, so I think, yes, we need sustainability. We need to reduce the CO2 impact of homes, but this is what we need to adapt to as well. We need to find out how we can balance the sustainability goals with the affordability goals and the availability goals. And this is where I think the threat that we see in Europe if we don't manage to achieve this. And I was really inspired in general by the approach of Ivo and the ministry. We met yesterday also with colleagues who said this work that is being done is crucial for security, for peace, for democracy, because you are showing with the work of ECHL and with the homeowner associations that the government can deliver together with you. So you're proving that democracy works. And these messages of peace are, when we see the escalation, the really sad escalation of violence in our neighborhood in Ukraine, and colleagues here today from Ukraine, but also in the Middle East, we see that this work, it might not be considered the most important on the high-level council meetings, but I think the perspective of the ministry here is crucial. They see this as a crucial part of maintaining democracy, maintaining peace, maintaining trust in the governments. And I think this message I will really take home with me from Estonia, because it's the most important message, I think, from this work. And why do we see it as a threat? So I already explained the problem with affordability, so the rise in home prices, the very high extreme rise in rents, particularly in bigger cities, in coastal areas, also complicated, as mentioned by Marco Corradi, the short-term let, obviously a big issue in Italy and where we have a lot of tourism. But the issue with the existing homes is also crucial, because if we look, now this was when the war invasion of Ukraine started, we saw a massive increase in the inflation all over Europe. And for low-income people, we can see electricity and fuels was the orange part, a big part of the inflation, but also petrol, diesel for transport, the blue, and food and beverage. So the energy crisis not only affected our sector directly with a 20% increase in construction prices, but we saw this knock-on effect, this inflation all over. And unfortunately, this is what we may start to see again. So we start to see already the impact of the current fuel and energy escalation, and the impact that will have on our societies will really need to be controlled. So why it's so important to act indeed is because of this resilience. So what we see on this chart with the green, blue and orange is, of course, low-income residents were the ones most affected, because they're affected not only with keeping the home cool or warm, but also how to get to work, the fuel for if you are dependent on fossil fuels for the cars, and your groceries, so the basic food. So obviously low-income groups particularly impacted, and then this joint voice of disappointment can obviously be very challenging for governments. So this is why indeed this local work is just so crucial at the moment. So what we have been doing as part of the work of Housing Europe. So we work at European level to be your voice towards the European institutions for better regulation on housing, better finance, and better information. And this is one of the really important flagships we work on as part of the renovation wave. So looking at what are the really best ways the renovation wave or the decarbonization process can work for people on the ground. So how can the energy transition be something that's not only about insulation, solar panels, but really quality of life. And I've heard also Andres explaining that more and more you are also looking at full neighborhoods and the space around the neighborhoods as well, so that people really visibly see not only their own homes, but that the transition can actually be impacting their quality of life and of their families in the neighborhoods. And this I wanted to, I know that you have one of the key drivers here in the room today of this project, and it was chosen as one of the many good examples. So this project in, I hope I said correctly, Mustame district, and impressive because it was a high scale of intervention, but also that you managed to have a safer district as well, more family friendly, more let's say buy-in from the entire neighborhood, and we took quite a lot of lessons from that. So the step-by-step approach, collaboration with local authorities, and I think this is also from, I repeat this story a lot, but Andres is always explaining to us how you get the people on board. I think you gave one example, Andres, of you put the pictures of what the renovation will look like in the neighborhood. Then first the children are coming with their bikes to see. Then they bring the parents along to see. So you start to convince people, yes, this can actually work. This is a picture of what it will look like if we get it through. And I think only in this way you get people on board and you build the trust. So this, I think, is a story sometimes we forget when we talk about the energy performance, the technical approach. But yes, you need people on board, and sometimes it starts with the small ones. Then I would pick a couple of other examples. So this is an example indeed in Sweden, an area indeed where you had quite a lot of antisocial behavior, crime, and they have worked together with municipal housing companies, with local communities, also with police forces. But this is just one of the examples, and here I thought it was a nice example because they have built on top of the existing homes. So by both tackling the energy performance, but also tackling the lack of affordable housing. So if you see, they built 2 stories on top, and they were able to use the revenue. They were able to use the revenue, the additional revenue, to actually help finance the renovation. And we see more examples of this in the Netherlands, where you have quite a low density of housing, and they even have a new term on Toppen, and also in Germany, where they try to investigate where it can happen. It's not always easy because you need to get the support of neighbors. The planning permission can be complex, but it's becoming more and more. This, along with obviously conversion of empty buildings as well, is growing. I wanted also to highlight this one, also in the Netherlands, and just to see this at last, this movement taking off of local production of energy. So this is a very extreme example, very Dutch, in the Netherlands, where there's local production of energy directly used by the neighbors. We see this also, the local community energy production taking off. Excellent examples also in Sweden now, where they have developed a local microgrid, which is independent from the national grid for 8 months of the year. So they are increasing the stability of the national grid, increasing and decreasing risks of energy supply that we saw indeed in Spain last year with lack of not enough security of the national grid. So this we see among our members, many discussions about how to produce more energy locally that can directly reduce the bills of residents. This, along with, of course, looking in greening of district heating, geothermal solutions. So different ways that, in addition to renovation, you can bring down the CO2 impact of the supply side. So a push on that. And there I took an example from Italy, from the region of Marco Corradi. So looking indeed at student housing, a huge problem in many parts of Europe. And indeed one of the focuses of the European Affordable Housing Plan was one example of renovation Okay, so that's a few of the examples. And then what I wanted also to address is this really interesting and important work now ongoing in Estonia to develop a new supply of housing that is genuinely affordable for people. And this is a very complex, wicked problem. I think there's no right or wrong answer. Each country, depending on their tradition, is developing. But here, Housing Europe has established the Responsible Housing Finance Working Group. We meet every year. The last one was in Prague, and this publication was launched in Prague. So what we did was we looked at models in France, Finland, Netherlands, Denmark and Germany, systems that have been put in place to use private finance, but then regulate that private finance in the public interest and make sure there is a limited profit on that finance. So these are carefully designed mechanisms that have been working for decades. They mobilize large pools of private capital, but they channel it towards a limited profit housing. It reduces risks for lenders and borrowers, and it's a long-term, sustainable, low-cost financing. Predictable conditions as well for social housing providers. None of these are perfect, because even within our sector, we are now at a 10-year low in new delivery because of the cost of capital, the cost of construction. However, these systems are still managing to work. And I think there is definitely some lessons to learn. And what they have in common, of course, is, as you also have here in Estonia, a revolving fund, which is used to, together with support from EU, Council of Europe Development Bank, national loans. These systems work on a revolving nature. So the Danish fund, for instance, is a national revolving fund, and all the rents are going back into that fund and then must be used to deliver new homes. Similarly, in Austria, and in Finland, this is also the case. In France, you have a specific system, the Caisse des dépôts et consignations. So they are using the savings accounts of private individuals, and the savings are then put through the national non-for-profit bank and then used to deliver non-for-profit homes. So I think it could be potentially useful when countries are looking at new systems to look at how that could work. And of course, we are working with the European institution. So Commissioner Jørgensen, who is in charge of energy and housing for the EU, has mentioned revolving funds as a key part of the solution and a way to keep finance in the sector. Because I think when we look at the speculative nature of housing, especially in areas where you have good services, good transport, where you have jobs, the speculative nature has also contributed to a real rise in prices. And very often, the rise in prices, this extra profit that has been made is simply extracted from the economy. And what happens is people living there are left with less and less to invest in the local economy. So I think it's not a win-win, but it's a lose-lose for local economies when we allow that to happen, but very difficult to regulate. And I finish with this one. So this is one of the most important work we do at Housing Europe. So we, as part of our challenge to have better financing for housing cooperatives, public housing providers, social housing providers across Europe, we are constantly working with the European institutions, so with the European Commission, but also the European Investment Bank, a key partner, a growing partner, to check, okay, what is how much funding is available for the sector and how much funding is actually going to the sector. So if we look back a little bit, 2021 to 2027, we have an estimation of how much finance went into housing. And the cohesion policy, 7.5 million went to social housing construction or renovation, also through the just transition mechanism. We also had a dedicated window on social infrastructure under InvestEU, where there was over 365 million allocated. And of course, the national recovery plans, which came as a result of COVID, 57.76 billion. So that went, many countries made use of that, in particular Poland, Latvia, And EIB worked, increased a lot their activities in Belgium and in France. So this is a big part of the work to track indeed, okay, you have this eligibility, but what actually happens? Where does it go? Who uses it in the end? And of course, now this, and it's my last point, this is the big negotiation at the moment, the next multi-annual financial framework. So the negotiations are ongoing. The good news is that housing has been identified as a priority. And this is clearly good. The European Parliament has also reinforced this message and reinforced the need to make sure that the funds are used by member states to continue their work in this area. However, we do have to be aware that there's huge needs in other areas as well. So you have huge needs on defence, with 5% of GDP going into defence because of the current geopolitical change, and agriculture also, and many needs, so infrastructural needs as well. So I think it is not a given. So it will really depend on the local priorities. So what we are working on at European level is that there is really, let's say, clearly a pot of money that clearly has the label housing. And it's not going to be easy because you have many sectors looking for that. But there's a total of 2 trillion euro that will be spent over those years. And I think the case we have to make is indeed the case you make in Estonia, that this is part of the work for peace, it's part of the work for democracy, part of the good governance, keeping trust in governance, but also parts of competitiveness. Because this, as anyone who's working now in Brussels, we see the word competitiveness is now the top priority. But I think without accessible housing, you not only have the social cost, but you also have the cost to employers. If you can't find identified talent, if young people cannot study, if young people cannot find work because they don't find housing. So the important point will be to link to democracy and to link to competitiveness, so that we are sure that some of that funding is actually making the way to support you in Estonia, but also across Europe in the mission for decent housing for all. So thank you very much for your time.
aitäh Sorkale ja
Thank you to Sorka,
sellest 2
and hopefully the 2 trillion,
hea töö tulemusena
as a result of great work done by the ministry, will also partly end up in the renovation grants available for the housing associations in Estonia. We are members of Housing Europe, and as we can see, Housing Europe is doing a lot of great work in order to bring competitive renovation opportunities to the sector. We have remarkable activities taking place in Ukraine as well. We have a representation from Ukraine with us here today. It is really remarkable what they do. On the one hand, it is already the 5th year that a war is being waged in Ukraine. People die, fighters lose their lives. But on the other hand, Ukraine is seriously also considering how to go about their housing policy, what to do with the new housing opportunities, what to do with people that suffer the most in the war, what to do to help the young veterans. I am honored to invite Mykola Marchuk from the Ukrainian National Youth Housing Fund to talk about what is the work that they do in housing sector in Ukraine right now.
Thank you, Andres. Dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to this panel and for the opportunity to share in Ukrainian experience at this professional international conference. For Ukraine, affordable housing is now much more than a housing policy issue in the neuroscience. In wartime, it's also a question of social resilience, protection of human capital, integration of internally displaced people into local communities, support for young families, and trust in the state and its ability to meet social needs. That is why, when we speak about affordable housing, I believe we should speak not only about political discussion and not only about money. In practice, the key factor is an institution that can connect public policy and financial instrument, local implementation, international support, and the real needs of people. Our experience in Ukraine shows one more important thing. Affordable housing cannot be built on one single universal instrument. Different social groups have different needs. Different strengths of crisis and recovery also require different solutions. Because of this, modern housing policy should not rely on only one product. It should use a combination of tools. These tools may include affordable mortgage loans, interest compensation, partial support for the cost of housing, social rental housing, and solutions for multi-apartment buildings and apartment associations. In our view, this is a more realistic and more sustainable approach that tries to solve every problem with one standard model. In Ukraine, this is exactly the approach we are trying to develop. The State Fund of Youth Housing Construction, known in Ukraine as Держмолодь Житло, is a public non-profit financial institution created by the state. We have more than 30 years of experience, a network of 22 regional offices across the country, and practice experience with different housing instruments. This includes not only direct affordable lending, but also compensation mechanism, social rental solution, and work with legal entities, including apartment association, for renovation and modernization of housing stock. For us is a very important principle. Affordable housing is not one standard product. It's a system of instruments that must be flexible enough to respond to different challenges and different target groups. And such a system needs a professional public institution that can manage several mechanisms and at the same time in a transparent and responsible way. The key word for us is trust. I would describe this trust three levels. First, there is trust from the state, which assigned Держмолодь Житло the implementation of public housing programs and financial instruments. Second, there is trust from local communities and local governments. In Ukraine, many local housing programs are implemented through our institution. This means the municipalities see us not only as a state body, but as a professional operator that can deliver complex housing instrument in practice and work directly with people. Third, this is trust from international partners. This is especially important for Ukraine today because the future of affordable housing, affordable housing in Ukraine is closely linked with international support. But international support works well only then is combined with a strong national implementation association. You can see one of the best examples of the housing project for IDPs. This is a project launched with 42 million euros for KfW. What is especially important for us is more than 1 million euros from this support was invested not only in loans, but also in IT system, technical capacity, procedures, policies, and the institution capacity for our organization. For us is a very important lesson. International partners don't invest only in the housing product. They also invested in the institutions that can deliver this product in a transparent, accountable and sustainable way. And this model is growing. Today, this is a 50 million euros framework agreement with CIB Bank for the project Housing for IDP. In addition, in 6 March 2026, the Szmolodzytlo and International Organization for Migration signed an agreement on another 33 million euros in grants funding provided through SkyFV to continue the same direction within the same project model. We are also working on new initiatives. One of them is a new affordable housing project for war veterans and planned with the support of the CEB Bank, with an expected volume of 60 million euros. For us, it is important not only as a new project, it's also a sign that this instrumental model can be expanded to other social groups that need targeted housing solution. I would also like to stress one more point. In our opinion, a good affordable housing model must combine social accessibility and financial sustainability. In the housing program for IDPs, a revolving mechanism was created and is already functioning. This means that returned funds are used again for new lending. This is a very important experience for Ukraine. It shows that affordable housing does not have to be only a short-term budget expense. If the institutional model is designed well, it can be a long-term and a renewable instrument while keeping its social purpose. At the same time, we believe that affordable housing should not be reduced only loans. This is why we also develop new formats. One example is our pilot social rental project for IDPs and for war-affected families financed by humanitarian assistance. Within this project, 60 apartments were purchased and provides for temporary living in rent-free basis. For us, this is a practical proof that one institution can manage not only lending tools, but also rental and social housing solution. The broader lesson for our experience is very clear. For affordable housing to work, is it not enough to have only political will, only budget money, or only international support? It is necessary to have trusted institutions that can connect these elements and turn them into real housing solutions for real people. In our view, the future of affordable housing in Ukraine should be built on the three elements: socially oriented public policy, a partnership with local communities, and long-term cooperation with international financial institutions and donors. Ukraine already has practical experience in building such a model. Our task now is not to start from zero again and again. Our task is to preserve, strengthen, and scale up the solutions that have already proven their value in practice. Dear colleague, thank you for your attention and for your patience.
Aitäh, thank you, Mikula, you can stay here, take the seat. Kutsume siia ka siis selle paneeli.
And now all of the panelists, please come to the stage.
Torka, please come sit here. Ja nüüd on siis võimalus, et me
So now,
jooksnud ajast üle.
well, we're a few minutes behind schedule, but now we can ask questions from our panelists. I'm sure these presentations have led you to have some questions, whether looking at the European level or the housing policy that's being prepared in Estonia. And the deep analysis of the existing renovation by Jarek or our Ukrainian colleague's overview of how in very complicated situations it is possible to continue with developing housing. So we're looking forward to your questions. I see many members here who are always very carefully listening to all the presentations. So, do we have any questions from the audience? I have prepared a couple of questions myself, but since we're a bit behind schedule, then first I will give the opportunity to our audience to ask questions. So, raise your hand if you have a question. Ülar Auk always has a question, and please wait for the microphone. Go ahead and address your question. So, to such Edwards, who had a very nice picture in the presentation, there was an example from Norway, I think, where a building had been renovated and 2 floors had been built on top. Oh, it was Sweden. For 10 years, we have heard this claim that EU support conditions do not allow extensions in renovating apartment buildings in Estonia. So, is this true? And secondly, might there be some changes coming up in the EU terms and conditions? Thank you.
Yes. So in the case of Sweden, indeed, it was not EU finance that was used. And I think we actually spoke yesterday with the organization responsible for funding in Estonia, and we raised this point. I think they're interested in investigating for the future, but indeed at the moment they said that it's not included in the funding instrument here. I'm not aware, also in the Netherlands, where this has become a practice, and Germany, they haven't been using EU funds for that. They've been using local loans and local funding instruments. But it's definitely something that we should be looking at European level because of the need to maintain density also at the moment.
If we extend the question, then Ivar, can you comment on this? It's an opportunity for Estonia, actually. If we don't have the 100% requirement in certain types of buildings, we could apply it very reasonably, where you can sell out the upper floor and the renovation cost will come down. Is it included in the new plan? It is reasonable, absolutely, and useful. For the residents of the apartment building and more broadly, because it means we are more efficient with density. And actually we have done it quite a lot as well when you think about Kadri or Kalamaja districts in Tallinn, where the attics have been developed. So no additional floors have been built on top, but some premises have been taken into use. So during the analysis, we are investigating it. There's a heavy legal component here. Andres, like you said, that we wouldn't need 100% of the residents to go to the notary's office and do all the legal procedures. So next month we will have the answers. There's currently a law office analyzing it. And other half of the question about EU funding. We can't say that EU funding directly excludes it, but it's very complicated. Then you need to exclude the situation that the state gives a sort of state aid. And that is very detailed and complicated. You need to inspect it separately and so on. But when we build a floor on top, then the goal is that the buildings can renovate without the support of the state by selling real estate, so to say. So in any case, it's positive and helps save the valuable finances of the state, get the same end result without taxpayers paying for it. So in any case, yes, as you can understand, then we have different activities to make it possible. Any other questions from the audience? Urmas Marti. Thank you very much. I also have this modest question. And as a comment, I'd like to say that there was a big working group to discuss the legal issues, and the Ministry of Climate commissioned it, and I participated in this work group. And one idea for amending the legislation is that we wouldn't have the 100% requirement, that it would be 90% or slightly less. So we're moving in that direction. In my housing association in Kadriorg, we have also developed the attic premises and raised the roof a bit already in 1997. But I have a simple question as well. I'd like to thank all the speakers. I especially liked Mr. Gorecki's presentation that we have actually achieved quite a lot. There's always a lack of funding. But Ivo, maybe you can say, what is the outlook for getting new funding? Because the old funding period ended, 350 housing associations did not get funded. So do you have any information or some rays of hope of how this will go in the future? Thank you. If you read the news in the morning, then all ministries now have told the Ministry of Finance what they request, and of course we're all competing with each other. We need to build railway and border infrastructure and hospitals, etc., etc. And housing association society is represented quite strongly. Over 700 million is what we applied for, but of course the applications made up double that sum. But we will continue the negotiations and discussions, and hopefully a suitable sum for fulfilling the renovation plan will be allocated from the EU. So that's starting from 2028. But in addition to that, we have the Social Climate Fund negotiations underway, and who knows? I do hope that in the intermediary period, sufficient funds will be allocated from the state budget. A question to Jarek Kornitski. Since the funding is allocated through the National Housing Renovation Plan, then when will this plan reach the ministry and responsible units? The renovation plan is not a silver bullet. It reflects all of the same things that Ivo just spoke about and all the applications that have been prepared. And again, it will be funded from the state budget. But the thing about the plans is, if I'm not mistaken, then 11 EU member states have already submitted theirs, and the deadline has dropped, but nothing will happen if you submit them later with better quality. And Ivo can specify, but I've understood that the Estonian plan is in the finalization stage and will be submitted to the Commission. So what's the exact deadline? We promised to submit it to the Commission in June. So it means that in the beginning of May, we need to share it with our partners, and I'd like to share it with our members as well. So we have a lot of members who are very interested in what will happen. And they want to have a sense of security about future work. I have a question to our Ukrainian colleague. The work that you have done under war conditions is impressive. Can you maybe speak about the target group, who the housing construction is for in Ukraine? Through your fund.
Yeah. Kutsume võib-olla siis appi.
So Housing Europe president will help out with the language and translation. But then microphone for the interpreter.
I speak on Ukraine, and my colleagues translation my answer. Сьогодні в Україні є наступні категорії, з якими працює Фонд сприяння молодіжному житловому будівництву. Перш за все, найбільшу підтримку ми надаємо сьогодні сім'ям внутрішньо переміщених осіб. Також ми працюємо з військовими, з ветеранами. Ми опікуємося сім'ями педагогів та науково-педагогічних працівників. І основний акцент також наряду з цими категоріями зроблений на молоді сім'ї і на молодих громадян, які відповідно потребують підтримки в різний спосіб нашої організації.
According to the current needs in Ukraine State Fund for support of youth housing construction today works with such categories as internally displaced persons, militaries, veterans, and of course young people.
But how many apartments you doing in the year approximately? Or?
Скільки в середньому в рік ви забезпечуєте сімей?
В середньому близько 1000 сімей забезпечується за рахунок підтримки фонду житлом. Показники 2025 року показали 921 виданий кредит, плюс види іншої підтримки, які ми надаємо в якості компенсації та допомоги. Також в фонді, який обслуговується нашою організацією, проживає 60 сімей, 60 родин, житло яких було зруйновано, це сім'ї внутрішньо переміщених осіб, в цьому житлі вони проживають безкоштовно, відповідно організація опікується таким житловим фондом та надає це житло в найм.
Approximately 1,000 families provides with housing every year. For example, last year it was 921 soft loan and 60 social housing apartment buildings has the state fund and provides with people who were affected by the war.
Nii, aitäh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tuleme võib-olla saali juurde.
Now back to the audience here.
Rohkem küsimusi, palun.
Who has a question?
Mina olen Oliver.
Oliver, I'm from Lääne-Viru County. I have a question to Ivo. And so the call for proposals ended, and now we are getting the support based on energy label, but many housing associations have done and achieved something with their own funds, so their energy label is already much better than it was a couple of years ago. So for them to be eligible as well, is it possible to get partial support for the buildings who have made efforts themselves, achieved something, that they too would get a share of this pot as a grant? So maybe a lower percentage rate or something, or based on some other conditions, but have you thought about supporting these housing associations? To begin with, yes. The ranking list based on energy consumption is probably here to stay. We need to focus on those with the highest costs, and the directive also supports this. The EU requirements are directing us to support those who have the highest costs, which of course is reasonable and makes sense. And this partial reconstruction support has been developed as well as the measure terms and conditions. So when the next money ship comes, then we can take that idea into consideration. So in such a case, of course, again, you will be behind the table. Can you speak about the terms and conditions a little bit that you have prepared? Well, deep renovation has proved its value and worth. It's maybe about the grant levels, and it's a political issue as well. And in the context of the Social Climate Fund, we developed a partial renovation grant as well. So it's package-based. We're speaking about 3 big potential packages that you could request support for, but it needs to lead to an integral renovation in the end, a full renovation. We don't want this just end wall renovation, partial renovation. Any other questions from the audience? Last 2 questions. Question to the Estonian panelists. For more than 20 years, we have renovation experience in Estonia. During this time, we have had different methodology of bringing money to the market, different accelerators. The statistics is interesting. You can look at it from different aspects, but my question is the following. Has renovation become more efficient? So is the procedure quicker? The construction prices for housing associations, are they lower? I think in Jarek Kornitski's presentation it said that the construction price is only 38%. And what's the situation with this? Thank you. I can try and answer this. The processing has definitely become very efficient. And we've had an important breakthrough here, that Enterprise Estonia has provided housing associations the possibility to organize procurements through them. So they've been able to ensure the quality of construction procurements. And by this, the eligibility risk of the housing association has been eliminated. So it means that before, if you were missing a comma somewhere, and then there was the risk that the money will be demanded back, then these issues have been solved. And it's a powerful organization that can process all of it. There is strong power and capacity there. So without any irony, we must have transparent use of state funds, and it is very efficiently organized now in Estonia. So hats off to the work of Enterprise Estonia. Another issue, of course, is how efficient is our renovation. That the 30% example from Tallinn, under 600 euros square meter price, the rest of Estonia gets more support, and the price is 700 euros per square meter. So it's just what kind of work is performed and how extensive is the renovation. And this should definitely be carefully analyzed in housing policy, how much public money we can use to support, and how can we make sure that the money reaches the actual targets who need the help. So these are challenges where there's no single correct solution, and there's room for development, like Ivo mentioned already, also with the percentage rates. That these would also guide how the renovation work is planned and performed. Since the grants in recent years have come to the market in big numbers, then the situation on the construction market has been favorable. Everybody is short on work, and now there's a bit of renovation that's on the market. So there's no overheating of the market. And that works well. And also the prefabricated renovation has become mature, and it means that there are companies that can work on a bigger number of buildings, and they're also trying to export. So there is technical capacity. But our challenge is, like stated already, is the 366 buildings, or how many there were, who were left out of the last call for proposals round. So there's close to 400 housing associations who would immediately start work when they get a grant. So the challenge is that we need to strike a balance between demand and supply, and right now we don't have it. So I think the support percentage should be decreased a bit, then we can get the market into balance, or raise the support level. But we also have a comment from Sorka.
Sorka, you want to add something?
No, indeed. very interesting, this question of procurement. It's a challenge for all of our members. Our Swedish members, indeed, they say their procurement, the fact they have to follow the procedure, it costs them 10% more time and 10% more money. So it's if you find ways to speed it up, we're also interested to hear. But I wanted to ask the owners something about the technical improvements, because at EU level there is a big focus on prefabricated renovation modules and components, and we see that this is more and more used in Estonia. But I would like to hear from the, let's say, resident perspective how you find this, because we have heard the perspective of the construction companies, of the banks, but not really the residents.
Nüüd läks diskussioon õiget pidi käima.
Well, now we really have a discussion. So who wants to represent the audience and speak about prefabricated renovation? Secretary General of Housing Europe is asking you. Who wants to respond?
Ise küsin, ise vastan.
I ask, I answer. No, there's different issues. Too little time has passed. We don't have enough knowledge yet. We have belief, conviction, because we have good universities with great engineers, but we don't have enough factual information, and that's a shame. You can add to this response. Oliver has a question. No, first answer. I don't have buildings with prefabricated renovation. Is there anybody else here who has the experience? We have somebody who just went out. But ask your question. I'd like to ask all the panelists. Sustainability regarding the grants. So 2027 grant is coming up. We have consistent grants on ministry level. It's all good. We get annual grants so that we would not have these intermediary years. So right now we're saying that 2026 is like a gap year. Some of the builders on the market will leave, the construction companies, those who renovate housing association buildings, who are not building new houses. So to maintain a stable environment here, sustainability is vital. So is it sustainable regarding the future outlook? Who wants to answer? Ivo. Well, words of gold. And this is what we are saying, what the university is saying, and the government has understood it well. And you speak up more as well. Don't just tell us. Speak about it in the media. We are competing with other sectors. We need to finish the railways, education network, and hospitals. We are competing with everybody else. But the more we highlight our reasons for the common person, the higher the chance we will remain sustainable. Jarek and Sargo. I also briefly support this idea. Right now, consistency is there. And there are a lot of projects underway, and this work will continue next year as well. So yes, there is a bit of a risk of a gap year, but we can draw a parallel with Rail Baltic. Kuldar Leis put it very nicely once. If we keep building nicely, then the next programming period finances will come. There's no question about it. They will come. So we need to believe in ourselves and we need to renovate. There's no reason to doubt. The work that's been done well will continue, and the government has no reason to change directions. So I believe that the budget negotiation applications will be successful. It will continue in the future. Sorka.
Yes, I think it's a big risk when we look at the European level, because as Ivo said, there obviously it's big pressure for arms or defense. We've heard from our colleagues in Czechia that
yep, it will be, like you say, a gap year until the next. So they had quite a big support from the recovery fund, but at the moment nothing, and they wait for the next MFF. So the activity will indeed slump, and it's a risk. They told me in the same moment there was a national bond released for defense, and this was fully full in 48 hours, but the funding for housing was stopped. So I think we have to indeed keep on making the case with the press, also with evidence showing what are the savings in terms of energy expenditure, in terms of health as well. Obviously, health expenditure goes down if your buildings are better, and also at the pressure of ministries. So the housing ministers will meet the 12th of May, and Marco Corradi will be there in Cyprus. And they will meet again 26, 27 November in Dublin. But what we heard is that Lithuania, they will follow the presidency after, and there's no plans to do anything on housing. So maybe you can also help from Estonian level to put pressure so that we continue that the informal ministers meeting keeps going, because that's a way to put pressure as well.
Tegelikult Sorka sõnum on väga
Sorka's message is very clear, actually, that as the Estonian Association, we can keep talking about this competition between different sectors for funding, not only in Estonia, but on European level as well. And here today we can say that we shouldn't speak only to our members, but there's Housing Europe standing behind us, and we're not speaking only for our members, but also we are part of Housing Europe. So we need to be more vocal about the needs, because there are 350 housing associations behind the door. They started calling me immediately. Did we get funding? We'll check the list. Next person. In Lääne-Viru County, because of you, got half of the funding, but in addition to the 350 buildings, many were left out of the region's measure as well. And I know that 53 buildings were left out in Lääne-Viru, who probably are not among the 350. So there's even more. So Jarek's estimation is correct, that about 400 buildings have made their own expenses already, and like Sorka said, have done the work with the people and have this confidence and conviction in renovation, because in the end it's a housing association head who needs to stand in front of their residents and say we didn't get funding, who don't really understand the big picture. They look at the head of the housing association, that why didn't you get us the money, and this can lead to exhaustion. But let's finish on a positive note. Sorka said that 2 trillion is up for grabs, and Ivo confirmed that 700 million should come to housing in Estonia. If that happens, the ministry has submitted its application, and as the representative organization, we need to be visible. Like Sorka said, it's important for security, democracy, civil defense. So when we work together, I believe that we can pass on positive messages and convey positive messages, so that the 400 buildings who didn't get funding yet would get the funding. So thank you for this panel. Thank you to all the online participants. We're going to take a bit of a break and we will continue at 1.
Nii, head osalised, et jätkame siin
Dear participants, let us continue with the 12th Baltic Housing Conference, both on site and also online. If you are there in person, the chance of having a conversation during a coffee break is always a wonderful additional opportunity. People are slowly making their way back to their room here, but we must now proceed with our schedule and agenda and move on with our afternoon session. We will be focusing on the protection of civilians, crisis preparedness, and also collaboration of different stakeholders in housing. We will be sharing experiences from Ukraine. We will have the member of the Parliament of Ukraine, Mr. Andriy Strikarsky, head of the Subcommittee on Housing Policy and Protection of Investments in Construction Facilities. And we also will hear from an important person from the Ministry of the Interior of Estonia, Mrs. Tuuli Räim, who is the Deputy Secretary General for Rescue and Crisis Management. And it is a delight to also have Mr. Arnoldas Abramovicius, member of the European Committee of the Regions, former Vice Minister of the Interior of Lithuania, a long-serving former mayor also. The representatives and guests are mostly all back here in the room, and we will now welcome the President of Housing Europe, Mr. Marco Corrari, who is also back. And Mr. Marco Corrari, welcome back. And Tuuli Räim is sitting opposite you across the table. She is from the Ministry of the Interior, Deputy Secretary General for Rescue and Crisis Management. It seems that the majority of the people are back here in the room, and now I would like to ask Mr. Andriy Strikarsky to come and take the floor, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. And Andriy will be talking in Ukrainian, and the translation from Ukrainian will be provided by the Honorary President of Housing Ukraine, Serhiy Komnatny. He will take my place, and we will talk about the situation in Ukraine, about the housing legislation that is being prepared in Ukraine, and also about the unfortunate real experience that they have every day with coping with crisis. The floor is yours.
Шановні колеги, буду на українській мові, з вашого дозволу. Пані та панове.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
Для мене, як для депутата Верховної Ради України, голови підкомітету питань житлової політики та захисту інвестицій в об'єкти будівництва, велика честь представляти Україну на Балтійській житловій конференції, що об'єднує представників органів державної влади, місцевого самоврядування, експертного середовища, фінансових інституцій та професійних об'єднань. Для мене, як представника законодавчої влади України, участь у таких заходах є не лише можливістю поділитися власним досвідом, а й важливим елементом інтеграції у європейський політичний та інституційний простір.
As a member of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and chair of the Subcommittee on Housing Policy and Protection of Investment in Construction Projects, it's a great honor for me to represent Ukraine at the Baltic Housing Conference, which brings together representatives of state authorities, local government, the expert community, financial institutions, and professional associations. For me, as a representative of Ukrainians' legislative authority, participating in such events is not only an opportunity to share my own experience, but also an important element of integration into European political and institutional space.
Передусім хотів висловити вдячність Естонії за її незмінну підтримку України в умовах повномасштабної війни, що має комплексний характер і проявляється як на політичному рівні у вигляді чіткої та послідовної позиції на міжнародній арені, так і у практичній площині. Зокрема, через участь у процесах відновлення інституційного розвитку та реформування житлового сектору, особливою цінністю для нас є законодавча експертна підтримка, яка дозволяє не лише адаптуватись на кращі європейські практики, але й уникати системних помилок у процесі реформування, особливо в контексті реформування застарілих норм пострадянського житлового законодавства.
First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to Estonia for its support of Ukraine. The support is comprehensive, is natural and manifests itself both at the political level in the front of clear and consistent stance on the international stage and in particular terms, notably through participation in the process of reconstruction, institutional developments and reform of the housing sector. Of particular value to us is the legislative and expert support, which allows us not only to adopt the best European practices, but also to avoid systematic errors in the reform processes, especially in the context of reforming the outdated norms of post-Soviet housing legislation.
Сьогодні Україна перебуває в складних трансформаційних умовах, і ми змушені одночасно вирішувати три масштабні завдання: протидіяти збройній агресії, здійснювати відновлення зруйнованої інфраструктури та проводити глибинні структурні реформи. Житлова політика знаходиться на перетині цих процесів. За різними оцінками, мільйони громадян втратили або були змушені залишити своє житло. Значна частина житлового фонду зазнала пошкоджень або повного знищення, а внутрішнє переміщення населення створює додатковий тиск на міську інфраструктуру та ринки житла.
Today, Ukraine finds itself in a complex transitional phase. We are forced to tackle three major challenges simultaneously: countering armed aggression, rebuilding destroyed infrastructure, and implementing far-reaching structural reforms. Housing policy lies at the interaction of these processes. According to various elements, millions of citizens have lost of being forced of leave their homes. A significant portion of the housing stock has been damaged or completely destroyed, and the internal displacement of the population is placing additional pressure on urban infrastructure and housing markets.
У цих умовах ми не обмежуємось завданням фізичного відновлення будинків. Наш стратегічний підхід полягає у створенні нової моделі житлової політики, яка відповідатиме принципам Європейського Союзу, а саме прозорість, ефективність управління, енергоефективність, відповідальність співвласників та сталого розвитку. Фактично йдеться про перехід від пострадянської моделі утримання житлового фонду до сучасної європейської системи управління.
In these circumstances, we are not limiting ourselves to the task of physically rebuilding homes. Our strategic approach lies in creation a new model of housing policy that will align with the principles of European Union, namely transparency, effective governance, energy efficiency, co-owners' responsibility, and sustainable development. In a sense, this involves a transition from the post-Soviet model of housing stock maintenance to modern European management system.
Саме тому досвід Естонії є для нас надзвичайно цінним і практично застосовним. Зокрема, ми вивчаємо та адаптуємо модель функціонування квартирних товариств як ефективного механізму самоорганізації співвласників багатоквартирних будинків. Прогнозуємо, що ця модель буде спрямована не лише на незалежне утримання житла, але й сформує культуру відповідальності та участі громадян у прийнятті рішень.
This is why Estonian experience is extremely valuable and practically applicable for us. In particular, we are studying and adopting a model of housing associations as an effective mechanism for the self-organization of co-owners of multi-apartment buildings. We anticipate that this model will not only ensure proper maintenance of housing, but will also foster a culture of responsibility and citizens' participation in decision-making.
Не менш важливим є системний підхід Естонії до модернізації житлового фонду. Зокрема, впровадження програм енергоефективності і реновації для України – це має критичне завдання. Враховуючи як економічні виклики, так і питання енергетичної безпеки. Окрему увагу ми поділяємо чіткому розмежуванню повноважень і відповідальності між співвласниками, управителями та органами місцевого самоврядування, що є основною ефективною функціонування цієї системи.
Equally important is Estonians' experienced approach to modernization of the housing stock, particularly the implementation of energy efficiency renovation programs. For Ukraine, this is of crucial importance given both economic challenges and energy security issues. We pay practical attention to the clear delineation of powers and responsibilities between co-owners, managers and local authorities, which forms the basis of the effective function of the energy system.
Проект ТІМ став практичним втіленням українсько-естонського партнерства. Цей проект має комплексний характер і поєднує аналітичну, експертну та нормативну складові. Його ключова цінність полягає у формуванні конкретних законодавчих рішень, що базуються на кращому європейському досвіді, адаптованих до українського контексту.
The team project has become practical embodiment of the Ukrainian-Estonian partnership. This project is comprehensive in nature and combines analytical experts and regulatory components. Its key value lies in the developing a specific legislative solutions based on the best European practices adopted to the Ukrainian context.
Завдяки реалізації проєкту ТІМ нам вдалося не лише напрацювати системне бачення реформ, але й перейти до конкретних кроків у сфері законодавчого забезпечення. Зокрема, ми у співпраці з міжнародними партнерами та Міністерством розвитку громад та територій України підготовлено та передано на розгляд профільного комітету Верховної Ради України проект закону про управління житловим фондом.
Thanks to the implementation of the team project, we have not only developed a systematic vision for the reforms, but have also taken concrete steps in the area of legislation support. In particular, in cooperation with international partners and the Ministry of Community and Territorial Development of Ukraine, we have prepared and submitted a draft law on housing stock management to the relevant committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine for consideration.
Цей законопроект має фундаментальне значення для всієї системи житлової політики. Він передбачає запровадження нових підходів до управління багатоквартирними будинками, посилення ролі та відповідальності співвласників, створення єдиної логіки функціонування системи управління житловим фондом, а також впровадження сучасних цифрових інструментів.
This draft law is of fundamental importance to the entire housing policy system. It provides for the introduction of new approaches to the management of multi-apartment buildings, the strengthening of the role of the responsible co-owners, the creation of a unified framework for the function of the housing stock management system, and the introduction of modern digital tools.
Ефективне управління житловим фондом – це не лише питання технічного регулювання або адміністрування. Це те, що безпосередньо впливає на якість життя громадян. Рівень енергоефективності економіки, фінансову стабільність домогосподарств, спроможність громад та відновлення розвитку, а також рівень довіри до держави та її інституцій.
Effective housing stock management is not merely a matter of technical regulation or administration. It directly impacts citizens' quality of life, the economies, energy efficiency, the financial stability of households, communities, capacity for recovery and development, as well as the level of trust in the state and its institutions.
У стратегічному вимірі це ще один крок на шляху адаптації українського законодавства до норм європейського. Законопроект про управління житловим фондом є лише одним із елементів ширшої системної реформи житлової сфери України. Паралельно вже ухвалено рамковий закон про основні засади житлової політики, який визначає стратегічні принципи державної політики у цій сфері, зокрема орієнтацією на доступність житла, прозорість механізмів його забезпечення, розвиток ринку житлових послуг та підвищення ролі громад і співвласників у прийнятті рішень. Крім того, на сьогодні розпочато роботу над комплексною реформою законодавства у сфері соціального житла, що має на меті створення сучасної, ефективної та справедливої системи забезпечення житлом вразливих категорій населення відповідно до європейських стандартів.
From a strategic perspective, this is another step towards aligning Ukrainian legislation with European standards. The draft law on housing stock management is just one element of a broader systematic reform in the Ukrainian housing sector. In parallel, the framework law on the basic principles of housing policy has already been adopted, which defines the strategic principles of state policy in this sector, in particular a focus on housing affordability, transparency of mechanisms for providing housing, the development of the housing service market, and ensuring the role of communities and co-owners in decision-making. Furthermore, work has now begun on a comprehensive reform of legislation in the social housing sector, aimed at creating a modern, effective and fair system for providing housing to vulnerable groups in line with European standards.
У цьому контексті особливо важливу роль в професійній організації є, такі як Естонський союз житлових кооперативів. Хочу також висловити вдячність за системну підтримку народу України, глибоку експертну участь у реформуванні та практичні результати, які ми вже бачимо. Така співпраця є прикладом того, як професійні спільноти відіграють ключову роль у міжнародних трансформаційних процесах.
In this context, the role of professional organizations such as Estonian Union of Housing Cooperatives is particularly important. I would like to express my gratitude for the consistent support of the people of Ukraine, their in-depth expert involvement in the reform processes, and the tangible results we are already seeing. Such cooperation is an example of how professional communities play a key role in international transformation processes.
Високо цінуємо таку плідну взаємодію та розраховуємо на подальше розширення співпраці. Зокрема, ми зацікавлені у розвитку нових напрямів, пов'язаних із реновацією житлового фонду, впровадженням фінансових інструментів із реновацією житлового фонду, і підтримки співвласників, удосконаленням моделей управління та підвищенням інституційної спроможності відповідних органів.
We highly value this fruitful interaction and look forward to further expanding our cooperation. In particular, we are interested in developing new areas related to the renovation of the housing stock, the introduction of financial instruments to support co-owners, the improvement of management models, and the enhancement of the institutional capacity of relevant authorities.
Хочу бажати, щоб наше партнерство між Україною та Естонією міцнішало, і щоб ми більше напрацьовували проєктів, які ми будемо втілювати в життя в нашого українського законодавства, і разом ми зможемо подолати всі кризисні моменти, які в нас в Україні. Дякую.
I hope that our partnership will continue to grow stronger and yield trainable results for both Ukrainian and the entire European community. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. Anders Jalda, ladies and gentlemen, of behalf of the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, I have the honor to present you with this certificate of appreciation for your significant personal contribution to supporting housing sector reform in Ukraine, as well as for your active participation in international initiatives aimed at restoring and modernizing the housing stock in war-affected communities across Ukraine. Your work, experience and support are extremely valuable for Ukraine during this challenging time. We sincerely thank you for your partnership, solidarity and concrete actions. Please accept this certificate of appreciation. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This was a surprise. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this recognition to the Estonian Association on behalf of the Ukrainian Parliament. Thank you to our Ukrainian friends. Thank you. But now let's continue with the program, and we are still speaking about civil defense and crisis preparedness. Now back to Estonia. We are speaking about this topic because according to the new legislation, housing associations must establish shelters and make preparations for it and prepare all the necessary documents. So how to do this in cooperation with the Ministry of Interior is the topic that will be covered by Tuuli Räim, Ministry of Interior, Crisis Preparedness and Civil Defense Deputy Secretary General.
Tere kõigile.
Hello everybody, and my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to speak here today. First of all, in my brief presentation, I will speak a little bit about civil defense, so where we are currently and where we're heading. What are our challenges? And all of you in the audience have an important role and contribution to this. But first of all, if we start from the bigger picture, and this is something that I at the Ministry of Interior deal with on a daily basis, defense of our and protection of our residents in all crises is one of the core tasks of our state. Of course, we must admit that compared to Finland, for example, we are years behind. But currently, we cannot just get stuck in this knowledge that we're behind. Starting from the full-fledged warfare of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, in the past 4 and 5 years, civil defense has been under focus, and we have been working on developing it, and as Andres already said, also creating the legal basis for civil defense so that the roles and responsibilities and clear plans, together with funding, the resources, how we carry out civil defense in Estonia would be there. As a representative of Ministry of Interior, when I speak about civil defense, then every person's preparedness for crisis is vital. And when I say this, then of course the question arises, does this mean that it's the individuals who bear all the responsibility? No, that is not true. But 3 weeks ago, I also visited Ukraine, and one of the main lessons from Ukraine for us is that preparedness for a crisis starts from each and one of us. It starts with me as Tuuli, as an individual, as a mother of 2. What are my crisis plans for my household? If during a crisis I have to go and fulfill my responsibilities at the Ministry of Interior, how will my family cope? But like I said, The challenges in civil defense are multiple right now. We already heard about sheltering, creating the shelter options for our people. I will come back to this at the end of the presentation. But what is our big goal in sheltering? We will have better opportunities for our citizens by 2034 than we currently have, because currently we know that we have, well, we keep working on it, and the rescue board is working on this most of all, involving different stakeholders on how to raise people's awareness, but also how to create more shelters in existing buildings, how to adapt existing basements or first floor premises. And there's legislation in effect, and currently we are putting together a government regulation for it that sets forth the principles that when a new building is constructed, then the new building must have a room to use as a shelter. But I'll speak more about it at the end of my presentation. In addition to creating the sheltering possibilities, there are other challenges in civil defense. I'm sure that all of us remember from a couple of weeks ago how we can quickly inform our citizens about threats. Just yesterday I was in Finland, where there was a meeting of the ministers of interior where we also shared experience with different countries, how the notification system functions in different countries. In Estonia, we already have some of the solutions. We have the capacity to send text messages to people in a certain region. We have apps, but of course we need to continue working, because the fact that we are able to quickly send information of threats to those who need it, that is one of the cornerstones of civil defense. But of course there are many other challenges as well that we work on at the Ministry of Interior. I'll give you an example. The Rescue Board currently has the lead role in civil defense and must be continuous itself. It must function to provide assistance to save lives in crisis. And of course the continuity of local authorities, the services that the local authority currently provides, be it water, heating, local road maintenance. The continuity of these services in crisis is also vital. This security of supply and continuity in crisis. And the crisis reserves, that's also something that we're currently heavily working on at the Ministry of Interior. We know that the worse the crisis, the more we need to think about what every person does during the crisis, and they can't be wearing several hats at the same time, that they're a voluntary rescue worker, that they're also in the Defense League, and they're an assistant police officer. So all of this to create clarity and legal clarity is part of the focus areas of the current Minister of Interior. Legal clarity. Now, crisis preparedness in apartment buildings. Here you see the results of a survey commissioned by the Rescue Board. I'm not going to read them out, but I would like to draw your attention to a couple of things. Of course, it's completely understandable that in apartment buildings, creating crisis preparedness is much more complicated than in a single-family home, because you have more people in the apartment building, and in smaller dwellings you decide and you act, but in apartment buildings it's slightly more complicated. But I would like to recognize the work that has been done in recent years by the Rescue Board, but also by the Association of Cooperative Housing to create those possibilities and raise awareness. But we're at the beginning of the road still. We need to continue it. When it comes to sheltering, then the survey outcomes show that the fact that we have in public space, when you walk around the city of Tallinn, you see the signs for shelters. The main message to people is that when you are in your home, then don't go anywhere else in case of danger. Your main shelter is at home. Or when you're at work, then you shelter at work if it's possible. If there's no basement, then you go to a room without windows, for example, bathroom that will protect you more, because the public shelters, yes, many more have been created in the recent years, and Rescue Board will continue to do this work, but the goal is that the people who are in the streets will go there, so that they wouldn't be left completely unsafe. Well, what to start from? This maybe isn't the best question, but when we talk about apartment buildings crisis preparedness, then the first thing is that the basement of the apartment building should not be full of trash and garbage, because it's a fire hazard. Also, it's important that we raise people's awareness in how to behave in case of a crisis. What to do if the regular services don't function in the apartment building. There's no heating, there's no electricity. And currently it's possible to order crisis trainings from the Rescue Board, that they are willing to come and speak about how to organize crisis preparedness in an apartment building. And more specifically about sheltering, we have created the legal basis that sets the obligations. So if the building is more than 1,200 square meters, then there must be a sheltering plan. Why so? Because we know that in every apartment building, I live in Viimsi, just outside Tallinn. I know that in some apartment buildings there it's very complicated to create the sheltering possibilities, but still there needs to be a plan. And the plan will show what exists, what's there, and then adapting the shelter is the next step. And we have left quite a bit of time for it. So as to the last 2 points, like Andres mentioned, at the ministry we are making final efforts so that the government regulation that covers these points would reach the government at the end of the month. And in cooperation with the Academy of Security Sciences, we have started putting together more specific guidelines about how to design a shelter, what it means in a new building. Now, lastly, but it's also a very important topic, So from the side of the government, we have established the foundation regarding sheltering. That means that we also need to provide resources. To be honest, I too would like to add a zero to the 3 million euros here, but it's not up to me currently. So this is the situation in 2026 regarding the measures. The first measure, I must say, it ran out very quickly. We have a similar measure coming next year as well for the housing associations that are larger than 1,200 square meters. And at the same time, we are working on finding the funding in order to create more sheltering possibilities. Now the community fund, Kogukonna fund, this is ongoing. This is about smaller housing associations. And there I know that actually there aren't too many applications. So I'm calling on you to submit more applications. As you can see, the deadline is the 3rd of May. And as to the continuity of housing associations, so this is about connections, generators, all that, then this measure will open on the 27th of April. So this is briefly all from me at the minute, and I'm happy to continue during the panel discussion on these topics. Thank you to Tuuli. The government has been very efficient on working with establishing a legal framework for civil defense, and the Ministry of Interior had been working on the legal act for a long time, and now it has been adopted, and the government regulation is being prepared, and the resources are there. They're looking at the number of housing associations and the volume of the market we have, then the support measures should be much larger. But we'll hear more about that during the panel discussion. Now let's look at what our neighbors are doing, because in the Baltics we do create this integral whole, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Let's welcome our Latvian colleagues as well, who just arrived. But the next presentation will come from Lithuania, the former Lithuanian Deputy Minister of Interior who dealt with such issues, and security regarding Belarus and the balloons that are flying across border and created disruptions for aviation and created an unsafe environment in Lithuania. So Arnoldas Ambravicius is a long-term mayor and has the experience of running a small town, and is well versed also in local authority perspectives. And he is also a member of the European Committee of Regions. So I would like to pass the floor to our next presenter, Arnoldas Ambravicius.
Tere päevast, dear colleagues. My pleasure to make a presentation on crisis resilience and cooperation in housing. So it was explained that I'm a former mayor of one of the municipalities. We have 60 municipalities instead of 79 in Estonia, as I know. So I will not explain about my municipality achievement in housing renovation. Just want to point that with the town of 10,000, about 100 residential houses, we renovated somewhere about 90. So 90% of multi-stock Soviet-style houses are renovated. Much worse is a situation in big cities, in the capital Vilnius, for example. But not about this. I served as the Vice Minister of Interior, kind of CISA Ministerium. and we had very good cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Interior, especially when all those crises hit. First of all, now, I point here that Belarus fraud elections, we received many people from Belarusian refugees. As well, 2021, we were hit by weaponized migration from Belarus, and those migrants were from Middle East, Iraq, Africa, and in 2 months we accepted about 4,000. Later we closed the border. And of course, were mentioned that the war in Ukraine affected, of course, all European Union. And per capita, there were top three countries per capita accepted Ukrainians. The first was Czech Republic, second Estonia, and we were third. Lithuania was third. Poland per capita even was lower with acceptance. So it's still in Lithuania about 80,000 of Ukrainian refugees. We reflected, constructed physical barrier. So kind of wall, fence, whatever you want to say, about 500 kilometers in 12 months, and we stop all those weaponized or instrumentalized migration. And of course, from 2023, same in Estonia, Lithuania, and all Europe, all the countries starts hybrid threats. Drones, meteorological balloons, especially affected Vilnius airport, because Vilnius airport, a little bit different like Tallinn, is 30 kilometers from Belarusian border. It's about impossible to react. Arson, cyber threats, and for example, false email alarms. Accidentally, it was happened about the same day. Alarms that will be bombed schools or some public institutions, shopping malls. That was reality. And what has happened since we face the situation in Ukraine, that we are totally not prepared for such kind of situation. All our civil protection system is about ruined. All the shelters are devastating, privatized, and such of bad reality. We reacted. In that time, I was in the government. They adopted the law on crisis management and civil protection to the new reality, set up new crisis coordination center as a separate entity under the government, not the ministry but the government, because we need those cross connections because these different ministries. And later in 2024, not our ministry but Ministry of Environment, similar like we had here presentation of Estonian Ministry of Climate. Of course, they are in competence for housing, not Ministry of Interior, of course. And they modified so-called construction technical regulation. And from 2024, it's compulsory to set shelters in all public buildings with acceptance more than 100 persons, for the new construction only. As well for all upper than 5 stories residential buildings. So if new construction starts, those requirements are compulsory. The target is to to cover under shelters about 40% of residents in those buildings. And the key issue in the regulation is equipment with those shelters. Usually it's a cellars under the big buildings with heating, ventilation system, alternative energy supply, and 2 separate exits or enters. That's key requirements. Of course, to hide in the safe places and Tuli Raime already explained that safe places, the most safe places that are the cellar, all the room without windows, like bathroom, toilet, or something like that, with unexpected situation. We need to be informed. We need to be alarmed. That's the situation about. That's the scheme, Lithuanian scheme, how it works. From the government down below to the Ministry of Interior, crisis management, and one of the key institutions and fire and rescue department. So department is in charge of resources, and as well municipalities. And as well municipalities, those 60 municipalities, of course Lithuanian population a little bit more than Estonians, but not so much. There is dedicated at least one person in each of municipality, funded by the national government, so-called preparedness officer, to help municipalities to arrange all crisis management and civil protection system. I just returning to the warning system readiness. Of course, to hide to the shelter in time, we need efficient warning system. Partly, especially in the eastern part of Lithuania, we had already similar systems since the Soviet times due to a nuclear power plant in Ignalina. So that eastern part was more or less prepared for such a situation with the siren system. Now it's a little bit changed. Ignalina nuclear power plant is closed on Lithuanian side, but Belarusian, let's say, strike back and constructed Belarusian nuclear power plant right on the border with Lithuania. So it's with proximity to Vilnius, 40 kilometers, something like that. So in the accident kind of Chernobyl, Vilnius would be affected with the population of 600,000, with the capitals. Of course, partly of sirens are in charge of municipalities, but in the biggest cities they are controlled by the fire and rescue department, by the national institution. So already it's reconstructed, and within a few years about 12 million was invested in that alarm system. As well notification by the mobile phones. Of course they're not so sophisticated like we see somewhere in Israel or something, but all those notifications has come to the mobile phones with let's say separation where you are in that moment. Now, of course, announcement radio, television, and special and voice or messengers to send to the some system. Now, the symbols are very similar. So we separated three different parts of shelters. So first, now it's a little bit confusing with those names in English, so I think it would be confusing for interpreters if they will start to translate to Estonian. But the first, shelters or bomb shelters. So in the emergency situation, the situation of war, it's for the, let's say, members of the institutions, for the militaries, and of course it's not marked. It's let's say hidden in some secret. But there is a few more. Shelter or cover maybe, or ordinary shelter. It's place where you can hide for the short terms. Usually we use the abbreviation 72 hours, not more. In the case of some air attack or some disaster, explosion in the nuclear power plant or something like that. So for all population, and target is to cover to height about 60% of population with those public shelters in the cities and 40% population in the rural peripheric areas. And it could be done in all residential buildings, in individual houses, and so far. And for this, we offer some funding. Later, I will explain. And of course, the other, it's this in orange, collective protection structure. So it's kind of during the situation, it's not for the short term, but for the temporary accommodation, for maybe longer period, for week, for months or something like that. Usually they are established under the hospitals, schools, for example, and so far. So, but to have the information, we have developed interactive map. So all the situation, all those shelters, collective protection structures are on pointed on the interactive map, and in general currently we can accommodate 1.1 million people in the collective protection structures, and existing about 6,000 those covers or ordinary shelters. And some of the examples, for example, it's established under the school in the cellar, in the basement, Šiauliai, Ukmergė, as well in the institution like fire and rescue department in the stations. Of that, it's developed with and even last example in the apartment building. But it necessary will of the society, of the residents of the building. That's another problem. Government can offer money, but people usually look very reluctant. Okay, it's not our business, not in my house, maybe in the other house. Let they doing and we use it because my bike is there or something in the cellar. But it's indicated by this symbol, and exactly you can use it. For investment, it's mostly from the European Union structure funds. It's offered about 77 million euro from National Defense Fund and EU fund, not only the EU but as well National Fund, up the year 2030, and could be offered up to 40,000 euro per one shelter. Let's say for the residential house or something, but it's necessary intention of the residents or the housing society. And for example, it's offered second years in a row, about 16 million a year, and total investment it's planned for about 2,000 shelters in the near future up to 2030. So the money is offered, but money is offered for municipalities in general. Municipalities need to apply to the Ministry of Interior, 16 million allocated a year. So 16 million for 60 municipalities, but of course 60 municipalities is from capital Vilnius towards the smallest municipality with 5,000 residents. So kind of methodology is involved. That's funding already existing, and later those who have intention, housing societies, they can apply for the municipality. For those funds, they require different money. Let's say here is written up to 40,000, but usually those amounts are less. 10,000, for example, apartment building in Panevėžys were, let's say, established for about 10,000 euros. So not the case. It depends from the size of the buildings. So what next? Of course, providing exercises on evacuation. That's maybe a little bit different from Estonia because Lithuania is separated in two colors. Those are in red. They are not safe municipalities. Those in green, safe municipalities. Why? Because red municipalities are bordering either Belarus or Russian Federation. So to be alarmed in the kind of war or emergency, the population will offer to move from the red municipalities to the green municipalities. Of course, it's non-governmental organizations are included in all those preparation exercises, trainings, information about the shelters, and so far, and as well providing some assistance. The main information source is a website LT72LT with interactive map, and as well I left my phone, but as well application on your mobile phone. You can let's say download LT72 application, put interactive map, and you receive all the information, where is the nearest shelter, where is the nearest collective protection buildings, and so far. As well, even those are possible with for disabled people, some of them not possible. So LT72 is about 2 years as already in use. And information not about the map, the interactive map with the shelters, but all those advices, what you need to prepare, how you need to prepare your family, so-called family plan, to put documents, water, batteries for charger for the mobile phone, because one day it could be, let's say, switch off everything, and you need to prepare for at least 72 hours without nothing, without supply, without money, without water. And all those advices are on this website or application. So, as I explained, family plan. We offer, how to say, recommend all the families, as a colleague Tuuli Raim said, that first of all, it needs to start from your person, from your family. How to prepare for the emergency situation. So once again, mobile application LT72, and we trying to put all the information: interactive map of Lithuania, warning sirens, collective security structures, those are shelters network, evacuation point in the case evacuation need to be started, and all other usual useful information. So that is in Lithuania and Tallinn.
Aitäh, Arnoldas, sa võib-olla jää kohe sinna.
Thank you, and you can remain on stage actually.
Oma tõlkeaparaadi kaasa. Aga kutsuksin siia.
So now I'd like to invite Tuuli Raim back on stage, and also Andri.
Please come here. Yeah, maybe Sergei. Sergei, maybe you could sit together with Andrei. No, here is Pia Forster. Sergei, сиди рядом, с нами. Да, 4 места как раз. Мы предвидели. Nii. Ja nüüd, kui kõik meie selle paneeli esinejad on kohad sisse võtnud, siis saime ülevaate, millised on meie Eesti tegevused nüüd juba käimasolevad ja plaanitavad tegevused elanikkonnakaitse valmiduses ja võib öelda, et riik on tõesti ettevalmistusi tegemas. Saime väga hea ülevaate minu arvates Leedu tegevustest ja tundub, et Leedus on seal vähemalt ettekande põhjal need protsessid juba rohkem läbimõeldumalt käinud, sest neil on ka, nagu me kahjuks nägime, seda punase tsooni omavalitsusi on päris palju.
So there are quite many presentations. So we have the sea that protects us a little bit, but on the island of Saaremaa it's safer probably because you don't have any risky states around it, only the sea. But unfortunately in Ukraine, we know that there's a very sad experience. For the 5th year, people have to live in condition of war. And there is a constant shortage of energy and security of supply. So how to manage? So do our housing association managers have questions about Estonia, Lithuania, Ukraine? I have several questions here. Pille Arjakas, if I'm not mistaken. Hello. I would like to ask Tuuli about something that as the head of a housing association has been concerning me. Knowing the obligation to develop shelters in bigger buildings by 2028, and most of the Soviet time apartment buildings are over 1,200 square meters, then I have a technical question how to do this. Because the buildings have been designed in such a way that there's a basement under each hallway, and there's very little general use area. That means that we would have to start buying up the storage space or transferring it by force from owners, and it is part of the apartment ownership, so that's a legal issue. Another technical issue is that the shelter should have 2 exits. Often the recommendation is to use windows. Yes, there are high, narrow windows, but 80, 90-year-old people probably cannot crawl out of these windows going side first. So technically it's very complicated to ensure that there's fresh water connection and restrooms in every shelter. Wouldn't it be better if the state worked with the local municipalities who would build public shelters on the land of the local authority? Yes, very relevant questions. I think that if I start from the end, then the public shelters are not a good solution because people don't live there when you think about it. And I don't have one single answer that it is case by case. But what you said at the end, that we would have these large new public shelters, well, if they have dual use, then that's good. But the negative is how can these people quickly. So when we have imminent threat and you need to shelter immediately, then how can these people quickly get to the public shelter? So just bouncing the ball back to you. But as to the example you gave, and there are many cases like this, like I said, then currently we are finalizing the government regulation with the terms and conditions, and we have received a lot of feedback also from ECUL. We sent it to ECUL as well and got their feedback. So we are revising some parts and we have made it more lenient. But in the end, we have to strike a balance, because in the end, it has to protect people, this shelter. But I don't have an answer for you immediately, so I'm just sort of discussing with you. And my proposal is that you should take this question to the rescue board. In the rescue centers, there are sheltering experts who should be dealing with such issues and finding the solution together with you. Oliver. First of all, thank you for very good information. All the presentations were great. But to Andri, as a former military member, I would like to ask, in Ukraine, in the region where we have the red zone, the red area, in the neighboring area, the buildings you are renovating, are you also giving the right for additional protection? So civil protection is civil protection, but additional communications or lines, utilities, do you have separate measures to protect the lines, the pipelines and things? So we have consecutive interpretation into Ukrainian first.
Дякую за питання. Ну, по-перше, захист, лінія зіткнення зараз у нас змінилась від початку війни. Від 22-го року до сьогоднішнього дня у нас війна більше в повітрі, тобто війна дронів, так називаємо. Ось, а взагалі то будуємо фортифікаційні споруди, звісно, на це витрачаються кошти. Є постійна діюча комісія, яка наглядає за цим постійним збудованим. І саме головне це те, що в стратегії війни це тобто завчасно збудувати ці оборонні стратегічні конструкції, тобто не дочекаючись, поки буде ворог стояти десь кілометрі. Ми будуємо вже, навчилися ці роки вже будувати за десятки кілометрів, щоб бути максимально підготовленими.
First of all, a lot of changes in this field, in policy, government policy about shelters, building shelters in front line and regions where war is in active phase. Last years, since the full-scale invasion, a lot of new approaches Ukraine use in this field. Of course, a lot of things we cannot say at public as for now, but like advice, everyone should think about it in advance.
Nii, on veel küsimusi?
Any other questions from the audience?
Teemad on olulised.
These are very important topics. Sergei.
Mikrofon tuleb kohe.
We will bring the microphone to you. I'm the head of the housing association from Pärnu. It is a bit of a conflict, a project from last year that the rescue board received about adaptation into shelter. They responded, no second door, can't build a shelter here. And so the apartment association decided, okay, if it's not possible to do it there, we're not going to do it at all. So does the association need to do something when the apartment association members said, well, let's not deal with it at all. But we turned to the rescue board and the rescue board said, no, this is what we're faced with, that this room that exists can't be turned into a shelter. What was the reason? No second door, just one entry-exit door, and no windows, nothing else. There's no solution. That's the reality right now. Thank you. Well, it's difficult for me to overthrow the position of the rescue board without knowing all the details, but then we need to look at all the options. Like somebody said, without a microphone. So if the rescue board has said that this premise cannot be adapted into a sheltering place, then other solutions must be found. But a solution is also that you shelter in your bathroom. But that's like a last resort. So I can't comment on it specifically right now. But this is a realistic situation where there's an obligation by law. So a housing association is making efforts, but there are technical conflicts. But just to explain what I said in my presentation as well, why has it been organized in such a way that we have not legislated that everybody must have a shelter up from 1,200 square meters? That's why we say that first you have to have the sheltering plan where you analyze. And the reality is that it's not possible to create this sheltering place in all buildings. And then we look at what are the other options. Is it really just the bathroom? Are there other solutions? And based on Ukraine, there are mobile sheltering places that are used. But then again, you need to think of the resources, how to fund this. So the ministry's message is, let's start from the sheltering plans, let's think through, and some types of buildings don't even have basements, so nothing can be done about that. So it's a complicated situation, but many buildings do have basements. And we have another question from the audience. Actually, two. And to the parliament member as well, from Ukraine. Maybe I wasn't paying attention enough, but renovation of apartment buildings has the focus of accessibility and energy efficiency and now sheltering. But in Ukraine, do you have like regular housing stock renovation going on as well? Or there's such a huge focus right now on the war aspect that you are not working on the regular housing stock like we are in Estonia? And a question to Tuuli as well, maybe later? No, just ask right now, then she can think. It's also complicated. The sheltering place and shelter, these two concepts are sort of mixed. I have asked different consultants and several people have been to the basement and I get very different recommendations. There is no specific vision how to make it happen. Plus, it's also confusing with the funding. There's 100% funding support, and we could contribute ourselves somewhat, but we would like to just do it and get it done and do it right. And it must benefit our residents, not just we do something for the sake of it and something isn't done that's necessary. So where can we get the right instructions to follow? Because right now it seems unclear. Now we will give the microphone to Sergei and Andrei will answer.
Anna oma mikrofon Sergeile. Sergei, take the microphone. Vabandust, et siis käib siuke mikrofon. Sa saad nii kaua mõelda, et see oli nii pikk küsimus.
Дякую за питання. Відносно ситуацію енергоефективності в Україні і в цілому фінансування цієї програми. Ну, скажу чесно, що масштабну програму в нас коштів не завжди вистачає, але ми все-таки проводимо ці програми, знаходимо за рахунок партнерських, донорських коштів. І зараз в нас минулого року, в кінці минулого року ми запустили на рівні державної програми з фінансування певних грантів для ОСББ, тобто для організації співвласників квартир. Ось, і керівники цих організацій, вони подають всі свої заявки, ось, і до певної суми вони можуть отримати безповоротні ці кошти, які витрачаються сугубо тільки на енергоефективність. Тобто десь так. А от по майбутньому Україна потребує більш масштабних проєктів, і ми впевнені, що після завершення війни ми розкриємо більш великий потенціал для реновації, енергоефективності нашого житлового фонду.
Regarding energy efficiency renovation project, of course, Ukraine has such a project, but the main issue as for now is funding. We are working with international partners on it, and last year we created a new program like grants for home ownership association for energy efficiency measures, and of course we hope that after the war this question, energy efficiency renovation, will be on top, and we can extend these projects.
Please give the microphone to...
Yeah. Yes, there were several questions there. So what's the difference between a sheltering place and a shelter, that the concepts are confusing and mixed up? Not really, I would say. A sheltering place, this is existing buildings, basements, first floor premises that can be adapted into a sheltering place, and a shelter is a new building shelter. The difference is the level of protection. So a shelter provides more protection, and that's why we have higher requirements on building shelters. So when you are designing a new building, then you already have to design it in such a way that it corresponds to the requirements of protecting people from an explosion. When it comes to a sheltering point, a sheltering place, then we understand were also several questions about it already, that in an existing building you cannot completely rebuild the basement so it offers the same type of protection as a shelter. That's the difference. So maybe I didn't quite get the gist of your question. Well, we can't have a dialogue really here, but for a brief comment I will allow. No, just my request is that you would take along this knowledge right now. It's clear to me, the terminology, but in the developed bulletins, the goal is that people can shelter for 12 hours. The Lithuanian speaker told us that in their case they have a 72-hour measure, so for 12 hours. And those who are consulting us, they basically want us to build half a shelter into the basement, which is not reasonable for 12 hours. So please take along this message. So the feedback from housing associations in the context of the new measure is that the housing associations understand that they need a sheltering place, but the measure conditions are so strict, it's like building a shelter. And there's a dissonance in the understanding. All this money has been used up already because there's so little of it, but there's been a lot of feedback that we just want to adjust. The basements have maybe some basic heating and water connection, but reading the regulation, it seems that you need to call in an expert, do it on a larger scale, then the expert says you don't have a second door, you can't build it here at all. Thank you for drawing my attention to it. I will take this message along. Next year we also have a measure coming up, so we will review it. So, more questions from Pärnu. And hopefully you will take along this idea as well, that the sheltering plan, it should be sort of provided in advance for housing associations. Some examples or something like that, that the head of the housing association or the board could manage it themselves. Because I already know that many heads of housing associations are starting to think where to find a person like this, how much will it cost, and so on and so on. And maybe also about the sheltering place design requirements, that the housing associations wouldn't have to pay for it. Yes, very correct, very relevant. We want to make it as simple as possible to put together the sheltering plans, so that in some places you could just have a check, like a check here, a check here. It shouldn't be overly burdensome bureaucratic planning. We definitely want to avoid that. We will be looking at that. Thank you very much. Very nice that we have former military here as well. I have two brief questions. The first is to Tuuli. Who is responsible for these things when that situation arises? The responsible person, do they have any financial benefit or some kind of benefit? Because when that situation arises, then you need people to sort of show others where to go or what to do. And secondly, to my dear friends from Ukraine, in Estonian society, there are two quite prevalent opinions. And I've spoken to military personnel as well, and they say that actually there's no point in creating sheltering places. I'm not speaking about shelters, but these sheltering places, because in case of an attack, they don't help at all. And I have a big request to our Ukrainian colleagues. From morning to night, you are under these dire circumstances. What do you recommend to us? Is there even any point in spending time on sheltering points, or should we use resources better? Two important questions. So let's start with the Ukrainian response and microphone.
Да, зрозуміло. Дякую за питання. Да. Проблем в нас, дійсно, ми не готові були до на початку війни, і не скажу, що прямо до сьогоднішнього дня ми не готові до таких масових укриттів, не укриттів, а бомбосховищ. Так вірніше сказати, тому що від балістики, балістичної ракети чи інших ракет, які мають враження, масове враження, то для цього треба готуватися роками. Тому ми використовуємо швидкі тимчасові укриття. Це підвали, які зберігають, скажімо, людей від удару. І у нас в основному люди спускаються в ці існуючі підвали, там де є, або підземні паркінги. Але росіяни використовують таку хитру тактику. Вони чекають, ось у нас був випадок позаминулого року, місто Київ, Дарницький район, п'ятиповерхівку, майже всю було пряме попадання, друге пряме попадання. Тобто перший раз був удар, люди спустились до підвалу. Після удару проходить 5-10 хвилин, виходять і дивляться на пошкодження своє житло, ось не розуміючи, що далі робити, і вони повторно б'ють в те ж саме місце для того, щоб вражити максимально вбити людей. І тому в нас було більше 500 людей вбитих, і з них десятки дітей було. Ось така ситуація. Тому ми максимально зараз готуємось для того, щоб були більш підсилені не просто укриття, а сховища, тобто, щоб люди могли оперативно врятуватись в певний час. Також у нас є метро, лінія метро, це в великих містах, да. Ну а в малих містах зараз ретельно, в першу чергу, ми забезпечуємо це навчальні, дошкільні і навчальні заклади.
Сергій.
Of course, we were not prepared for such challenges. As for now, we use all underground spaces as shelter, and especially in the big cities, it's like underground metropolitan. In this situation with Russian aggression, if we are talking about ballistic attacks, of course, shelters. Not all shelters are like good idea because ballistic goes so far and so powerful explosion. But if we are talking about drones attack, shelters is so important measure in order to save life and health of our people.
Nii, aga mis oleks siis sellise kontakti?
But have you thought about a motivation package? This was Urmas's question. Just to comment very briefly, we have a little bit of time. I'd just like to say why currently have we chosen this road that we have both shelters and the sheltering places in the existing buildings. It was correct to highlight, do they really protect us enough, these sheltering places? But the reason why we have decided to go down this path, if we currently only would think about new buildings with actual shelters, then building a new building with the shelters, that takes a long time. In order to, yes, the sheltering places offer less protection, but it's still more protection. That's why we've decided that we have these two directions. That's the goal. Oliver? As a military man, when you lie down in the forest, the first thing you do is dig. Why? You individually create protection for yourself by digging yourself down into the ground. So the sheltering place, this is more collective. As a military person, I would say it is worthwhile creating some sheltering possibility, basement if possible, bathroom, etc. But be creative. My question is to the Lithuanian colleague. Thank you very much for this wonderful, colorful map. We also have that in Estonia. And my question is, the cities, the towns that are next to bigger military bases, but are in the green zone, are they still actually red? So considering the nature of the war, it's mostly drone warfare, then I would say the city of Tapa should also be red zone, like Ida-Viru County. So this question is to Tuuli, whether it will be, and the Lithuanian colleague then tell us whether in their green zone you also have small red zones included. This is a good comment. Everything to do with the green and red zones, we have worked hard on it. We have revised the plans. What you said is relevant. This too has been considered.
noh, nii palju ma saangi öelda.
That's all I can say, really. Yes, it is an argument that we need to take into consideration, yes.
Yes, of course, those colors and on the map, maybe it's kind of artificial. You never be safe neither in green nor in red. So the opportunity, of course, is higher to survive in the green zone. And maybe in Lithuanian situation, as I mentioned, not only the threat of war, but for example, we simply think of accident, Chernobyl-style accident on the nuclear power plant. So far, it's zone of affection. And definitely, and the colleague from Ukraine said with a huge experience in Ukraine, of course, that you never be safe in any of situation. The ballistic missile can hit the same place, the drone can hit the same plane. So of course, there's some confusions in terminology, but definitely aim what to help people make a little bit more safer. Doesn't matter, for example, in those shelter places, as was mentioned. Of course, they are more safe near staying near the window and watching how missiles is coming, of course. But you can't be sure for 100%. Maybe you can't be sure for 70% in that situation. The most safe places as those bomb shelters for the special institutions, for the critical infrastructure, but they are hidden. They are not they are not open, of course. The similar was system in the Soviet Union even. So there's nothing. So our aim, like the officials, to help people, and as I mentioned, in Lithuania, we offer funding for municipality and the association of home association, they're applying. One of them, and for those shelter places, that's kind of recommendation. We can't do most efficient way. It's kind of recommendation what can do. But if we are talking about the new buildings, shopping malls, new residential houses, of course there is compulsory with the high standard shelters with all the ventilation, energy systems, exits, and so far for possibility to long stay. So in other cases, in all the cases, to help people help the people to protect themselves, but you can't be sure for 100%, and maybe so in Ukraine our colleagues confirm the same. Thank you.
Maybe you can confirm something. Ja, aga tundub, et teema on oluline.
It is a very important topic and remains a relevant topic, looking at what is taking place around us globally. But to finish this panel discussion and as take-along messages to Tuuli, when we speak about national defense, then that budget has increased. We read about it all the time, and this is taxpayer-based budget. And as we saw in your opening slide, then civil defense is the most important part of national defense. There's no point in increasing other measures when there's nobody to protect. So we should pay more attention to this, also with the increased civil protection budget, to raise awareness of additional measures. If we don't protect the people, then we don't need those huge defense spending funds. I agree. I'm working to this aim on a daily basis. Thank you to our panel, and it's time for a break. We will continue at 3, and at 3 we will have the Latvian experience, and we'll speak about the Sophia Academy project that has reached some milestones, and we'll also be speaking about the German experience. Knut Höller is here, and we'll speak about cooperation with different projects in Germany. Welcome back. Let's get started with the third panel. And well, the breaks are really valuable, so it's difficult to get people back into the room. But now let's ask everybody to join us back in the hall, because we are starting a very interesting panel session, and we are going to be sharing practical experience in Estonia and in other countries. In Latvia, Alexandra is here as well. She's at the very back and still having some coffee, but in Latvia there is a strong association that has been operating for the last couple of years called Majoklis, that brings together all of the housing associations in Latvia, like our organization in Estonia, and I think they have had very strong developments and quick developments and have become a true opinion leader in the housing sector. So Alexandra is ready, and also Kadri Auväärt, who I believe has made great progress with developing the Soft Academy project. And so this is in Mustamägi district, 4 buildings in Mustamägi district in Tallinn, and the district renovation is applied there, which helps also solve the area between buildings, and Kadri's team has worked very hard there, also with the housing associations in preparing the best practice in renovations and finding the most pleasant use of space for the area between buildings. So it's very exciting and interesting practical experience, and Kadri has really put her heart and soul into leading it for the last couple of years. And of course Knut Höller from Germany, who has throughout the years led many housing projects from the German side in Ukraine and other countries. So Knut has really broad-based experience in working with people, how to prepare for renovation, how the association format can be introduced. I know that he has carried out trainings in Ukraine, but Knut will also tell us a little bit about safety as well. As a follow-up of the previous panel, what is his experience considering the different projects that he has carried out. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Knut Höller, Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe.
Member of the Management Board, CEO. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'm glad to be here today. I would like to offer my warmest congratulations to you, dear friends from ECHL, on your 30th anniversary, and thank you for your work in Estonia, in Europe, and in Ukraine. And many thanks also for the numerous projects we have carried out together, and I hope that there will be many more to come. Thank you for the invitation to your anniversary, Anders. Anu first asked me to speak on panel 2, and I thought, resilience in the housing sector is exactly what we are currently trying to understand and promote in Ukraine. Then she moved me to panel 3 and said that panel 3 is a continuation of panel 2, and I can either stick with the topics I originally planned for panel 2 or alternatively focus on some EVO projects. I will try to do both. For me, these things are all connected. The increased focus on resilience in the housing sector in light of recent and likely future crises and challenges opens up a wide range of opportunities and creates a need for numerous pilot projects. I am happy to share our perspective on this and how we see the things. I found what the speakers have said so far very interesting. Everywhere we look, we have a housing crisis. Everywhere we look, people, homeowner associations, tenants, members of housing cooperatives, politicians in cities, national governments, and our European government are trying to ensure the right to housing to everyone's desire and access to affordable, adequate, and energy-efficient housing. I would like to make a few preliminary remarks on the concept of resilience in housing. In the project Strengthening Urban Resilience in the Areas of Supply, Infrastructure and Housing in Ukraine, implemented by GIZ and financed by the German Ministry of Development, we are currently looking at how cities can become more resilient in the housing sector, and the program director, Erik Schweikert, is also here today. Here we are trying to understand the topic, and this perhaps ties in with panel 2 as I give the introduction and then move on to pilot projects which also address aspects of resilience. The term resilience is mainly used in urban development and is primarily associated with natural hazards and risk reduction. Here, the housing system is not really taken into account. In the housing sector, we would emphasize that housing supply is resilient when both adequate supply and appropriate diversity are achieved, and affordable housing and social housing as well is embedded within an adequate supply and appropriate diversity. When we look at the European housing market, two segments stand out. People either live in rented accommodation or they own their own homes. This statistics Ivo today showed already clearly shows which countries have higher proportion of owner-occupied housing and which have higher proportion of rented accommodation. For example, Estonia with a high owner-orientated housing market, and on the other side, Germany with a broader rental market. The European Union is addressing the issue of resilience and housing through various activities and programs. For example, in Next Generation, EU has, as part of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, already mentioned by Soroka, and through national recovery and resilience plans. I do not wish to go into further detail here, but it is clear that the priorities of countries such as the Baltic states in this case lie clearly in the area of renovating existing building stock. The funding is being channeled specifically into the renovation of owner-occupied flats. We are all familiar with the problems here. The renovation rate remains low and huge sums are still needed to achieve the climate targets. And with regard to our topic, pilot projects are still needed to improve renovation, making them cheaper and faster. Total investment in energy efficiency in the building sector, including heating and cooling systems, is estimated to over 370 billion euros per year for the period of 2021 to 2030. And we have a significant investment gap. In addition to the renovation needs, we have a severe housing shortage in Europe. According to estimates, there is a shortfall of approximately 10 million homes. The annual need for new homes is enormous to meet demand, whilst construction activity in many regions is falling short of targets. To meet this demand, an additional annual investment requirement of around 150 billion euros is estimated. This amounts to an estimated total cost of approximately 1.68 trillion euros by 2035. In the European semester, the EU's annual framework of coordinating economic, fiscal and social policies, country-specific recommendations address the challenges facing the housing market in each country. And here, one issue in particular is mentioned time and again, increasing the supply of social and affordable housing. And if we look at the statistic once more, we see that we must ensure housing resilience in the form of adequate supply and appropriate diversity precisely in these two segments, the owner-occupied market and the rental market. Here it becomes clear that sustainably renovating or building is a major challenge. It is an equally great challenge to diversify a housing market if, for example, it consists solely of privatized owner-occupied flats. And I think this is a challenge what is Estonia facing now. And also in Ukraine, this challenge is particularly acute. Today, the renovation of privatized but neglected housing stock is a mammoth task that has been ongoing for many years. The renovation rate is virtually zero. Now we have Russia's war of aggression and many millions of internally displaced people. And what was already recommended for the country in 2013 to diversify the housing market is particularly necessary today. This is one of the issues we are addressing, and we see a future here primarily in the development of a more institutionalized housing market and the establishment of efficient housing providers, particularly municipal housing companies. I am pleased that our Ukrainian partners are also present here today and have made their contributions. In summary, resilience in the housing sector. What exactly are the levels of resilience and the resilience of what we are having in mind? It concerns the physical structures. The buildings themselves are, if they are sound and so on. It concerns the people, the community, the stakeholders involved and every single individual. And it is about the system, its rules and its institutions. And all this together forms a resilient housing provision, a housing supply system. And in professional circles, the resilience takes on many facets that needs to be addressed to tackle the current housing crisis and provide everyone with a roof over their heads. I won't go into all these points. Each of these points and all of them taken together are worth investigating, testing and evaluating in pilot projects. Let's turn to my organization and our experiences with pilot projects. I represent the non-profit organization Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe, based in Berlin. We are a project-based organization, and the initiation and implementation of pilot projects in the building and housing sector is one of the objectives for which we were founded 20 years ago. We have around 30 members and several key network partners, and we are also proud to be a partner of Housing Europe. And whenever possible, we aim to involve our members in our project activities and, of course, to benefit from their expertise and resources. The membership fees we receive around 5% of our budget, meaning we are purely a project-based organization and are funded primarily through publicly funded projects. It is therefore clear that we carry out projects that are in public interest. Over the 25 years of our work, we have implemented around 60 projects funded by German or European funds. One of our key sources of experience, which was also in high demand abroad, was the transformation of the housing sector in the former GDR, East Germany. How should one deal with the socialist housing stock? I think a lot was done right here, and most of the prefabricated buildings are still in use. In fact, they are popular and well managed. A key difference compared to our neighbors in Eastern Europe was that the flats were not privatized. Instead, the formerly state-run housing authorities were privatized, and newly established municipal companies and above all housing cooperatives took over the housing stock and continued to let it out. This made it easier to organize the refurbishment of the building stock, and between 1993 and 23, around 80% of the housing stock was comprehensively refurbished. Our task at this time was to share and apply these experiences in other countries as well. Pilot projects for the energy-efficient refurbishment of privatized prefabricated buildings therefore had to be developed, and that is what we did. In this picture, we can see a conventionally renovated building in the town of Wernigerode. This building belongs to a municipal housing company. The hills of the mountain Harz can be seen in the background. When the building was renovated, the town was struggling with a declining population. The idea behind this renovation was to partially demolish the building and reduce its size, whilst at the same time adapting it to the surrounding area and landscape. This renovation was carried out by one of our members, Ingenieurgesellschaft BBP from Berlin, with whose help we also implemented several projects in Latvia. Renovation of prefabricated residential buildings. Renovation involves the comprehensive implementation of measures that consider the technical, economic and social factors of a residential building. Its aim is to restore the building to its original technical conditions, or to bring individual parts of the building up to modern new build standards, as well as to significantly extend the building's usable lifespan. Renovation leads to sustainable savings in energy and resources, a reduction in energy losses, and an increase in the property's value. Renovation is usually carried out whilst the building remains occupied. Pilot projects in building renovation, particularly in the field of large-scale renovation schemes, are crucial to achieving a climate-neutral building stock. They serve as a bridge between theory and market readiness by testing innovations, reducing costs, and fostering acceptance. In summary, it can be said that pilot projects are necessary to accelerate innovation, minimize risk, and make refurbishment faster, cheaper, and more efficient. For EVO, pilot projects are a motivation to fulfill our statutory mandate. They are always a source of inspiration, as well as a major challenge and a test of patience. Not all pilot projects succeed, but they are always the result of collaboration between motivated people. And in just a few minutes, I think we will hear two further examples that will inspire us. As I said, the pilot project is hard to come by. In many cases, it's a compromise, and we also had to learn quickly that the experience we gained in Eastern Germany cannot be applied directly to buildings owned by private homeowners. Right at the start of our work, we carried out an energy-efficient refurbishment of a typically prefabricated apartment block in Riga in collaboration with the cities of Berlin and Riga. It was intended to be a technical project and to demonstrate that the basic package of energy-saving measures, such as insulating the building envelope, replacing the windows and optimizing the heating and ventilation system, lead to energy savings of at least 50%. This goal was achieved. The building was, a few years before Latvia's accession to the EU, one of the few energy-renovated buildings in the Baltic states. For the residents, the project was a gift. They did not have to pay anything. The cost amounted to approximately 6,500 euros per flat or 125 euros per square meter. Today we heard the actual prices in Estonia at around 700 euro per square meter. That is the development of the last 25 years. It was important to show that it could be done at this time and how much it costs. We had to make this compromise to get started and to be able to provide clear written evidence of costs and savings in subsequent projects. The costs were not significantly higher than in Berlin at this time. As we couldn't afford this kind of gifts as an association, we made a short film about the project, which is already historic, and you can scan the QR code to watch the movie. It all began with the pilot project in Riga, and within a short time we had an Interreg project involving partners from 5 countries, including Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, in which we focused on the next steps. What politically, legal, financial and technical conditions are needed for energy efficient renovation to succeed? That was what we wanted to find out. And one of our partners was here already, Ekyl, and Andres was still the mayor of Rakvere. Our Estonian partners, including Kredex, were highly motivated and renovated this building here. It was a success because the funding was no longer a free gift, but a combination of contributions from residents, grants and loans. And only in 2010, 4 years later, the first loan was given to a building funded by Kredex under the EU-financed programs. We have heard where we stand today in Estonia. A great deal has happened and further projects have taken place. Yet a large proportion of buildings, in fact, the vast majority, remain and needed to be renovated to improve climate targets as well as the resilience and sustainability of the building stock. And some great pilot projects have been launched in recent years. We have continued our journey with pilot projects in Latvia, having established technical feasibility. Our next focus was on demonstrating financial viability, improving the quality of the building work and involving more people who could then coordinate and carry out the renovation themselves. With the help of the German Ministry of Environment, we trained and coached 25 renovation managers. Some of them are still very active today and are renovating buildings. The renovation of privatized apartment blocks requires someone to take care of it. So we came up with the idea of the residential building renovation manager, someone who takes care of everything. And we have carried out numerous pilot projects involving these managers in various countries. These managers are generalists with excellent communication skills. And I believe some of these managers and renovation professionals are here in the room today, and they are members of Ekyl and the people who keep renovation going in Estonia. With these people, without these people, it would not be possible to roll out renovation on a large scale. Another aspect that is crucial to making building renovation possible is the financing proposal I put to the owners. Does it meet the owners where they are, or does it fail to motivate them? There are only a few screws to turn, and it's crucial to be flexible with them. Politics also has a role to play here. Artificially low energy prices are no incentive for renovation and reflect a poor political sense, because these subsidies come out of the taxpayers' pockets and these taxes need to be put to better use. We can see that pilot projects can and must also address the financial aspects. And it's always a great outcome when neighbors see what a fellow neighbor has done well and then want to do the same. It makes sense to offer greater incentives to the first mover. Another major issue is that with energy prices rising, and we are seeing them skyrocket right now, it's beneficial to gain a better understanding of the potential within buildings themselves to generate their own energy. In these two pilot projects, Sunrise and now Sunbox, we are working with our partners in Bulgaria, Northern Macedonia and Lithuania to make balcony PV a reality. We would like to demonstrate that every homeowner can also be an energy producer themselves and reduce their energy bills with the help of balcony PV and their own storage systems. It is important that the legal framework is adapted appropriately and that homeowners are not hindered from taking action themselves. This is not so easy, but it is possible. I see great potential here for pilot projects involving renewable energies. Finally, I would like to talk about a pilot project that has personally inspired me greatly. When I attended a similar conference here in Tallinn in 2018, I saw this pilot project for the prefabricated renovation of a 5-story panel block for the first time. I was really excited by this idea. The solution offers so many advantages at once. It is quick, it is of very high quality because it is factory made, it is circular, and it requires few workers. Advantages that are particularly important for the typical industrial manufactured prefabricated buildings, of which we have so many. I was thrilled, and it took me several years to replicate this Estonian pilot project in Germany and implemented a pilot project near Berlin. And I have a small video to show what we did in Berlin after we learned it from Estonia, how it can work. It's only 50 seconds.
Is in Berlin where there is the motorway underground?
No, it's not there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it is outside of Berlin.
West and east.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a monster building, yeah. Yeah, this building is, after the refurbishment, net zero energy building. That means the PV and the insulation altogether produces as much energy as the building uses by itself. And here we see 4 cheerful people from Estonia representing company Martek and also the Estonian ambassador to Berlin and the economic attaché. That means this pilot project was done with the assistance of an Estonian company, and this, I think, is a good example how pilot projects are going first in the one direction and then later in the other direction, and it's worth to do all the time to this kind of pilot projects. And to finish my presentation, I think this is a building in Ukraine, a dormitory in Zhytomyr. It is not our project at the moment. It is a project, again, from Estonia, from SDEF and from Baltic. And also here, I think it makes sense to think about joint implementation of such kind of projects. And also when we see these buildings, and we already mentioned it today, the Russian attacks on buildings have terrible consequences. Part of the building is destroyed, and to create here refurbishment and maybe affordable housing with new building elements, these are challenges we are facing at the moment in Ukraine, and where it's worth to combine our efforts. Let me summarize, pilot projects in building renovations are crucial to achieve climate-neutral building stock. They serve as a bridge between theory and market readiness, by testing innovations, reducing costs, fostering acceptance, and our motivation and ambition is that joint German-Estonian pilot projects within the framework of bilateral projects or European programs and projects are also done in the future, and hopefully we can contribute to joint projects in Ukraine and rebuilding the housing sector there together.
Aitäh Knutile, tõesti Knutil on tõsine.
Thank you to Knut. Indeed, he has lengthy and diverse experience in the pilot project area, and as you can see, Estonian experience has moved on to Germany, and this is not the only project that has been as a role model in Germany for renovation. And indeed, we are working in the hope of the war coming to an end in Ukraine and in us being able to contribute our knowledge to the reconstruction of the country of Ukraine. Thank you to Knut. Later we will have a panel discussion with questions and answers, but now we will hear from Kadri, who is, ever since the last conference, has been working hard together with the Soft Academy team, and they have achieved important milestones in the area between Tallinn University of Technology and the adjacent area, the neighborhood-based renovation pilot project there.
So the midterm results. A good afternoon from me as well. Yes, the project started in 2024 and originally was supposed to end in 2027 in February regarding infrastructure. Now we know that we are going to extend it by 6 months to complete the infrastructure part. But coming back to the beginning, in Tallinn currently there are about 5,000 apartment buildings built before the year 2000 and they need to be renovated by the year 2050. That's quite a lot. Currently with Kredex and with the support of Enterprise Estonia, we have carried out a deep renovation of about 25 large buildings and probably a little bit more, but whether it's deep renovation, that's not clear. The speed of renovation is much lower than we need to achieve the goals. We should renovate about 175 buildings a year to reach that goal. In addition to that, as a state, we have CO2, circular economy objectives, energy efficiency objectives, the new European Bauhaus, a lot of interlinked objectives. And in the framework of this very same project, we are trying to tackle all that. The bigger goal of this project is to pilot the possibility of accelerated renovation through district-based renovation. And to motivate neighborhoods to do this, the city also contributes. We have a pilot area at the beginning of Academia Street, 4 buildings, which in the course of the project we want to renovate together with the yards in between them. Plus we will be renovating another yard where we will validate it in the context of renovating yards together with the city and the residents. The responsibility of renovation right now lies with the residents, but they do expect contribution from the state and city as well. But the yards can be renovated by the city. In Tallinn, for example, we don't have a contact point, but despite that, the housing associations who are prepared to apply for the grant are quite numerous. In addition to the pilot buildings, in the course of the project there are lots of other activities as well that support establishing a contact point, the strategic planning tool for renovation, then the toolbox for solutions, and in the end we should also have a change manual where we sum up where we started and what we've reached. The community inclusion and involvement model. There are a lot of hackathons and co-creation meetings on this and some other things. So the set of things we want to accomplish is quite broad. But coming back, in addition to the pipeline, also about partners, we have 14 partners. including Taltech with 2 institutes, EKUL from Swedish side, King Software as a foreign partner, and from NGOs, Elavtanav, supporting the architects, Yokohama. I probably forgot some people, 4 housing associations. The most important ones are the housing associations as project partners, 4 housing associations. And we also have the reproduction area as well. So I spoke about the broad objectives of the project, but let's speak about how far we've reached. We started from scratch. We didn't have decisions. We started with focus group meetings in order to reach some renovation solutions at all. And a few words about the focus groups. There were 2 focus groups. The first was aimed at mapping what the residents are interested in. And the goal of the second focus group was to play with the elements and come to 2 solutions, a more ambitious one and then a more sort of moderate one. And by then the residents already knew what's the maximum sum that they are willing to contribute to renovation. And all of the housing associations did reach the 2 alternatives, and the general meeting decided on these 2 options. And it wasn't an easy process, and it was strongly supported by active heads of housing associations, but all the housing associations did reach a renovation decision prior to our project. Many of them have done it several times, and they're quite exhausted already, but this time the decision came, and not just a decision, but all of our buildings decided to renovate into A energy class together with solar panels and storage. 2 buildings for the first time in Estonia decided to renovate with elevators. In the past, elevators have not been added to buildings during renovation. All the buildings have glazed balconies, and one decided to also renovate with bigger windows, but during the working process they abandoned this idea. And in addition to that, in parallel, the photos were added to the buildings because the historical mosaics on the end walls will go under the prefabricated panels, and all the buildings are planning to do this. And we also had a hackathon when it was decided that there will be mosaics next to all of the hallways inspired by the end wall mosaics. And plus we got the grant of 50%, which is much more than is generally paid in Tallinn. It was very big help. Plus they have the project support for 100,000. And then the procurement and the design and construction procurement. And in July 2027, the construction will take place. And now the permits have been issued and the work on the first building is going on already. And this is about installing a lift, an elevator. So it means that the hallways must get bigger, and for the first time in one building, they will extend to city land. And this is sort of exceptional. We'll see how this is done. Some inspiring designs of the hallway solutions. And a bit about challenges as well. The biggest challenge of our project has actually been the legal challenge in connection to the elevators, but also the buildings being extended to city land. And in all the buildings, the co-creation process has been a challenge, also staying on budget, and technical solutions. Our buildings have solutions that have not been used before, so installing the elevator, that is a challenge, considering that people are living in the building at the same time. So quite a complicated and exciting process. And the challenges and what we've seen, especially from the designer's point of view, what might be interesting is that to achieve the A energy class, the roofs are full of photovoltaic panels. So there probably would be alternatives, but more expensive, and we have storage capacity. So the volume exceeds the initial estimations, 100 kilowatts of storage, for example. And in the project, there's quite many innovative add-ons that sort of new BIM, and I think this hasn't been used much for renovation, if at all. And my question was, what's the added value of BIM? And I understand that when it comes to contemporary solutions, like getting the stairs at the right elevation and dealing with the basements, installing the elevator, BIM has been very valuable. Without it, it probably would have been very complicated to do this. And an interesting nuance with all this is that we have different measurements. We have point clouds and traditional measuring and yard measurements, and there are slight differences there. And we saw the differences when we started installing the end wall pictures, and there are small differences. Fortunately, it doesn't show much with the first building, the difference, and with the next buildings we already know what to be careful of. What else? And the indoor climate requirements mean that we've had to add to insulated general areas also cooling capacity to always have the right temperature. And an important thing to highlight is the procurement risk. And when we speak about district renovation, then before we went into procurement, it was clear that in order to get a better price on account of volume, we need to confirm whether all the buildings will go into the contract together. And that meant that the risk was quite high. We took this risk and things went well. We got an offer that corresponded to the price that we had decided on beforehand with all the buildings. I would say that we got lucky. But if you think of expanding the concept that this is something to give thought to, this 100% is very risky, actually. And as to involving an architect, then we involved an architect at the very beginning for the first focus group meetings. We were able to do this because the architects were project partners. Usually you don't have that. So currently we are trying to figure out whether and how this project can be separated from the project, because it's not a free activity. Should there be a grant for it? Can it be organized differently? Maybe by having a renovation solution for the typical buildings, same type buildings, and there are 3D models, how they can be transferred, but we don't have a decision on this yet. We continue to work on it in the framework of the project. What else did I want to point out? Another topic was whether the side wall panels can remain below insulation, and we use sensors to measure, and the conclusion was yes. And then of course, how can we fix the new panels on the old panels? It's possible. There are special solutions for this. That means you need some extra budget, but actually currently we know whether it's going to be more or less expensive when we look at the finances. But for our circular economy principles, we definitely are creating less waste. And some mitigation opportunities. So the design and construction procurement maybe should be divided into two to mitigate risks. First, the preliminary project and then the main project and construction. Then architectural design and solution. Maybe in technical specification it should be fixed more specifically what architectural parts need to be restored and the volumes that would mitigate risks. We used the calculator to offer up the solutions. There's also room for development regarding these. The city should have, I forgot to say it before, that a big challenge was the construction notification process and city processing. And a lot of time went on greenery and light cables. Topics that usually are not important in renovation. The topics that usually are important, we were able to sort of preempt. But these were new, and solving them wasn't so easy. The devil lies in the details, as we know. We probably don't have time to go into details today. But yes, greenery and bushes, not even trees, but bushes, took a lot of time. How to explain that there's reason to eliminate them and root them out. And then the light cables, we decided in the end that the city will be putting them in a different place. So just fixing the microphone position. And what helps mitigate risks is amendments to legal acts, especially thinking of the elevators and also the city contact point services. As I said before, we currently have a queue behind the door to get grant without the contact point, but it's a very complicated process for housing associations, and the city support is a value. And here the 3D visuals of the buildings that now have the construction notice, and we're working on them. The house with the in red is under construction. And a quick slide about the comparative data with elevator, without elevator. We haven't resonated this data with housing associations much, so I'm not going to delve into it. And they may be looking at different data than we are. Just yesterday I saw a post by housing associations where they share slightly different figures about the total cost. So there are different approaches, and we will have quite a long feedback loop. And now yards. The topic of yards is maybe an even bigger challenge. With the buildings, the process has been taking on place long term, but fixing up the yard on city land, this is being done for the first time, and the biggest complication of the process was that there's no principle to derive from. We have the strategic principles of the city, we have plans, but how this general knowledge can be transferred to the local level, that's lacking, and people haven't really understood it, and that's caused a lot of confusion and also resistance. Resistance not so much by our own buildings, but neighbors who maybe see it as an opportunity to get something from it due to the time pressure. On the other hand, maybe because when the residents from the pilot areas were involved from the beginning and they were not, and for them the reason why was not very clear. So the residents of our building have felt it important that the ends of the roads would be closed for safety, and the yard would have a higher quality of life where it's nice to build a community. And then the neighboring buildings have a slightly different viewpoint. They are fixated on parking and access, and they've disputed the design of the yard in court, so that of course increases the risk of meeting the deadline. But we do have the design project signed. The designer has been brought in externally to have a landscape architect, and the construction should take place in 2027. And we also have the reproduction contract already. But what do we want to do in the yard? So to close the ends of the roads and deal with parking. But there's much more. Before I get to the rest about parking. So there's a lot of confusion that people think that we are reducing the parking area. Yes, original idea was to have less parking because the general plan from 2006 already says that parking should be outside the yards. In practice, it's so complicated that we're no longer talking about it. And now we have done a parking audit about the current situation and the design, and based on that we'll have an additional 20 parking spaces, and there are also illegal parking spaces that we can't do anything about, but we cannot show them on any of the maps, and that leaves the feeling that there will be fewer parking spaces, though there will not. And then the access points, just to highlight that our districts have the yard sign, so everybody who drives in should park in the first open space, but people don't understand it and they use it for transit. But coming back to what we are doing, then we're planning to have water permeable parking spaces, and for visual understanding that the yard is for pedestrians, not cars, then we're going to use pavement stones, and the rainwater will be absorbed in the yard. And there are pergolas and bike sheds for every building, and circular economy points that are shared between the buildings, 5 types of recycling. This is a requirement of the city of Tallinn. Then there's a creative landscape. So we haven't focused on big playgrounds because there is a big park quite close. There's a little gym and a swing. Greenery, of course, to diversify it. Street lighting, electric vehicle charging possibility. I think I covered the more important bits. And the yard challenges, I mentioned it a little bit. But when it comes to closing the ends of the roads, then there was a temporary change in traffic regulation where over 3 weeks we tested what happens when we close the access. And when I was there, I didn't see anything. The traffic on the main road was very calm. And later we also ran a survey. And the result was that the residents of our buildings were very happy with it. And there was one neighboring building who was not very happy. They were against it. The disputing issues, budget and deadlines. Since there are risks and the design preparation has taken more time by the city as well than anticipated, then there's a timeline risk, and everything that goes over deadline will be covered by the city, so it's important for us. And what I didn't speak about is utilities, and together with Utilitas and Tallinn Water Company, we are renovating the deep appreciated water lines. That adds time pressure, but we want to fix up this yard fully, so it doesn't have to be renovated in a couple of years' time. And also when we change where the utility lines are, then we can have less protection zones and we can do more with the yard. And another important principle is that the idea with the district renovation has been to fix up the yards across the borders, the limits, the entire yard, and we always look at the area fully, and we do more. And maybe a couple of more important challenges are just comments. In renovating the yards, it's very complicated, if not to say impossible, to solve the main problem of housing associations, which is parking. Though we have not had any official complaints within our building, but we know it's challenging for them as well. Though looking at the survey results, about 50% want more parking, and 50% want more greenery, and 50% want more benches, and 50% want fewer benches because the benches are used for drinking alcohol. And it's very challenging. An important thing is that when we speak about contemporary integral renovation, renovation with elevators and bigger balconies, then what can happen is that the solutions extend to the city land that will require the city to raise the road, for example. This has happened with our buildings with elevators, and these are solutions that currently are there, and the city is prepared for it, and this can be part of district renovation. So that's maybe the biggest added value of the district renovation. And we want to create an inspiring example and test different elements of the things that could be brought into the yard with projects like this. And through that to create interest and increase the preparedness for district renovation. But these things are still yet to come in our project. So what could be the support measures for district renovation through the city's activities and supports? So it's a big challenging process yet to come. And just to quickly mention, we have the reproduction area where we are validating the co-creation plan for the residents and the city. And now we've come so far that the contract has been signed, and by autumn we want to finish the project, but it depends heavily on whether we will have to deal with design terms and conditions and what we will do in co-creation. But the risk is smaller because the construction volume is so much smaller and the area is smaller. We are working towards making sure that the yards would be ready by August 2027, both of them, plus all the other activities in the framework of the project. But the biggest risks are to do with infrastructure. Thank you.
Knowing all the challenges that Kadri has had to overcome, it has not been an easy road ahead. My biggest respect and thanks to all the project team for having overcome the challenges. I cannot really imagine a chairman of a housing association having to do all of that without the help of the city. If there is no direct communication with the city, how could a gentleman such as Ülo Raud, who is the average apartment association head, CEO, he would have given up halfway through. So Kadri has really done an immense job, and thank you. We have been waiting for the best, for the last and possibly the best speaker of the conference, because she's the last one. She comes from Latvia, and she comes from the association Majoklis. This is an emerging organization. She is the member of the management board there. Majoklis is the apartment owners association, and over the last 3-4 years they have become a major player in the Latvian housing market, and they have managed to combine the so far separate housing associations into one strong organization. And we have excellent collaboration with Majoklis. Alexander, the floor is yours, please. Please tell us about the Latvian experience.
I was slightly afraid when the part of Andres ends, because I was hearing both the translator and you, and it was more interesting to listen to you. Thank you for your hospitality and for the invitation to your conference. Speakers before have spoken about experiences that were gained from renovation projects. But it's not the only way to share experiences. So the topic is best practices and lessons learned from pilot projects. We have learned lessons from EKIL, because EKIL is present for 30 years. We are present only for 4 years, but still we are trying to be very fast, and everything that was done by you, by colleagues from other countries, we are trying to implement it in a very short time period, because our local market is demanding a very powerful player, a person, an entity who is ready to support not only apartment owners and communities, but what's more important, to unite different players who are working both in maintenance industry and servicing, who are creating and implementing policies, and of course educational facilities, who are need in new people learning new technologies and implementing them in practice. So if you would ask me what's Maiaklis in one simple sentence, I would say it's a national level platform uniting apartment owners and professionals to influence regulation and improve building management quality. We are trying to find time for every entity, for every person in need of advice, in need of new ideas, in search for interesting and innovative technologies to bring forward not just the construction market, but most important, renovation, and to find and support active people, because in everyday life we see that the biggest problem we encounter in our everyday life and everyday work is related to people who doesn't want anything. It's easy to help if you understand what a person wants, but in case someone doesn't want anything, you don't know what kind of help you can provide to them. So, speaking a little bit about our history, we are only 4 years old. We are children on this market, but still we have many members. And due to the differences among them, our main aim is to support not just the apartment owners and their established associations and communities, but we are trying to support specialists working in building management and to represent their interests at a national and international level. First of all, in the national level, because we see that sometimes good ideas spoken by single people are not heard, but we see more often that one idea might change the market, might change a situation, and bring us closer to the future we all want to see. And so we have many different tasks related to the same, to make a positive impact on state regulation in the field of maintenance, provide experience exchange and knowledge-based events to our members and not members, and to give access to different kind of information, especially advisory support, once again to members and not members, because people who aren't members but are receiving some help from us are our future members, who in some time will learn, will achieve their goals, and by sharing their way to these achievements might help someone else also reach this beautiful future. We have a very simple and effective structure. No one believes us, but actually we have only 5 board members, and all other people are just members. We don't have anything else. We are really non-profit. We have no salaries. We are working like part-time in our free time to make a conference, to make other events, to travel around Latvia to search for interesting projects, both in renovation and in other fields related to maintenance. And currently we feel that we need just not new members, but also some support from people who might receive a salary. And currently we are applying the first paid personnel, 1 person from the 1st of May. It's a big step for us. Currently we have 80 members. There were different times we had even more members, but if we evaluate this number and we are observing a little bit closer who are these members, we understand that these are companies, these are huge apartment owner communities, which means we are uniting more than 3,500 specialists actually, and it's many more than just 80 members in simple numbers, just counting the entities that have entered membership. We are trying to offer different kind of support to our members, as I have mentioned. The most important part are lectures and seminars and our annual conference, and that's our chairman, or being more correct, chairwoman. She's very importantly striking that this autumn, on the 1st October, we would like to see you in Riga. So please book this date or send some kind of representatives, please, to us. So we are giving also online information to our members. And we have a library of documents, which is very important in Latvia because maintenance companies and legal entities are observing very accurately the documents that are given in, and it means that we need to prepare that kind of papers that will solve the problem on the first step without any reoccurations. Also, we are giving straight support to members. At least 1 hour of legal consultation is free for those who are asking for it. But when we look back to every year of our existence, we see that we have provided much more than it is officially offered. And of course, we are offering different kinds of events. There are free events offered by us and our partners, and we have co-financed events like excursions. This year we are planning to go from Riga and other cities to city of Gulbene. It's close enough to the Estonian border because there were effectively realized many renovation projects, and people living in the city are willing to share their experience with colleagues from other cities. And of course, we are making different kind of research. It's mostly my part as a board member on different kind of topics, both on renovation, economical impact on renovation, and also collecting data and statistics, because we believe that it's impossible to make any kind of reliable and eligible decisions without appropriate data. Here you see a part of our homepage. It's automatically translatable to many languages which are needed in the Baltic region, of course Estonian, Lithuanian, and on the right side you see a page in Latvian. It's an official homepage which provides society with changes in regulations, but also there is a part of this portal that allows anyone to ask different kind of legal questions, and there is a part about housing, and we are very actively participating in giving official answers, and our colleagues from this portal are evaluating very high our answers, and every week we are receiving more and more questions. Sometimes it's highly more than our capacity allows to answer, but still we are trying to assess any kind of question we receive, because we understand how important it is for people who are willing to change something, and such kind of people we are supporting. What kind of impact have we made on regulations? There are at least 3 acts we had the impact on. The first one is law on completion of the privatization of state and governmental residential houses. Finally, privatization has ended on the 31st of December of 2025, a little bit later than in Estonia, but at last we have done it. It was related to a lot of paper stuff. I know it because I had to complete very many questionnaires in houses that are serviced by maintenance companies that are supplied by the city council, by the municipality, but at the same time we understood the reason and the aim, which brought us a little bit closer to success both in renovation and both in society understanding of maintenance questions. Actually, it's not just work of Michaelis, it's most important, it's work of Dace Varna, who gave very much information to the Ministry of Economics and pushed forward just to gain this act last year and not later. And also we have worked on the cabinet regulations 880 on renovation. The current program in Latvia is well similar to the program offered by Credex. Before, apartment owner entities were offered to give in complete documentation on renovation. That was very complicated because if you don't get the support, you have completed a huge work which is going into a rubbish bin. But now it's a little bit different. Like here in Estonia, people have estimations. They write in the form an approximate number of money they need, and the idea is evaluated, not just the documents, whether they are correct or wrong. And every community has enough time to prepare the project and afterwards to realize this program. It's a huge change because we have heard before from you, Andres, that during some hours all the money offered was already reserved by different communities of apartment owners. The same has happened in Latvia, which was a very positive change, and we have seen that there are really active people. If you give support to them, they're ready to take it. And alone residential properties, we are working on roles and positions, on rights and obligations, because currently we see that the market doesn't look correct, and he doesn't look correct because the manager is not a decision maker. He has to be an executor, and many people doesn't understand it because they're addressing maintenance companies and administrators not just by asking for some kind of product or service, but they're asking for solutions without giving any kind of data, any kind of ideas. And these companies, they are working on their own without any kind of support, and of course afterwards they're getting negative ideas and negative opinions from the customers, which is not normal, because if you haven't participated, you're not allowed to criticize. So we are trying to find some way to bring them together so the result is positive for both sides. Of course, the communication with the Ministry of Economics and the industry is a very huge work, because we understand that policymakers are not always very fast. I'm not trying to criticize them, I just understand these processes, and we need to voice our opinion in time to get these changes as fast as possible, which might be useful and relatable for the customers, for the society. We make an emphasis on transparency in data, as I have mentioned before, and we have criticized the renovation policy, which brought this previous mentioned changes. And we are trying to change the perspective from service to responsibility system. We had many very negative situations before Christmas. A house due to gas explosion in Riga was damaged. 2 persons died in this accident, which means that we need to understand that this person, he isn't a decision maker, but he's a person who takes responsibility because he has the necessary knowledge and experience. So we are working not just with apartment owners, but also maintenance companies, so they understand what they are doing and why they are doing particular steps and particular deeds. So we are putting pressure also on quality requirements, once again on Ministry of Economy. And on educational facilities, which are also our members. And they gave us their ideas of what has to be included in programs, and we see what kind of requirements come from the market, from the industry, and once again we are trying to be the node between these entities. And consecutive work with media, because without media in public space it's impossible to be noticed by those who might be our partners, might be our members, without voicing our opinions as loud as possible. Of course, it just worked for us meeting on Friday evenings discussing different matters, but it's not healthy when it stays around five persons. It has to go outside, and we also need criticism and fresh ideas, of course. So from practice to initiatives, of course. And our biggest event, which is now annual, and this year we will have the 4th conference, Mājoklis. It's of course about experience, it's about knowledge, sympathy, and brotherhood or sisterhood, because otherwise many persons on this market feel very lonely and unsupported, but when they meet during 1 or 2 days, it depends, we had this conference for 2 days on the first year, in 2024 and 25 we tried to put all the matters inside of a 1 working day, but we see that really many people are coming and asking questions. For example, last year we had more than 4,000 attendees in real life at the venue, and we had more than 4,000 active online spectators. So of course we have recorded this video, and afterwards it has been viewed at all also, but during the conference, yes, we have counted the people present, and it was a surprisingly high number. At the same time, we have an exhibition area. We don't have very many partners who are exhibiting themselves, but still every year we are very attentively choosing the partners we are ready to represent to our members. These are companies and entities we are sure about. They are safe, they are knowing, they are experienced, and we feel that we are allowed to offer them to our partners and members. And at the same time, we have seminar rooms, at least 2. The seminars are free. The conference, of course, it's for a payment. It has a ticket price, but the seminars are for free, and we are offering different companies and different researchers and scientists to bring their fresh ideas and innovative products to people who are ready and willing to use these ideas. And at the same time, during the conference for the last 2 years, we have held the annual award Latvia's tidiest apartment building yard. The name might seem very specific. Actually, it's a translation from Latvian, and the main idea is very simple. A maintenance company works on a building. The building has to be safe, the building has to function well, but at the same time, in many cases, the communities of apartment owners doesn't have the money to invest in a territory, in a yard, and the maintenance company says, first of all, the house, and in 5, 10 years or 15 years, we will do something good to the territory, like a new parking or, I don't know, a new recreational space. So many people are uniting, the same apartment owners, and are trying to do something very simple, but at the same time something beautiful, something functional. And the self-made solutions sometimes are very innovative and interesting for their colleagues, because we have still very many apartment owners who are saying, what can we do? Nothing will change. We might have an idea, but who will work on it? Actually, if people come together, they always find a solution what to do and how to do it. So in 2024, we had 40 applications, and more than 69,000 votes were received on our homepage. Last year we had a little bit less contenders, only 21 yards, 21 house, but at the same time more than 184,000 votes were received. It's like more than 184,000 people have voted. It's not like a person could do it every day. No, it's a single person. Every vote is a single person. So the winner of 2024 is located in Skrunda. It's Kurzeme, the historic district of Latvia. Here are several pictures that were taken a year after the competition and winning. We have gone to them to see whether they are still working, and it's not like they received the awards, they are great, and then doing nothing because they achieved everything they could. No, it's a process that can be stopped. If you have started, you need to go on, because making something, you gain new ideas, you gain new input from your neighbors. And the reason why we had less contenders last year is due to a very high level of work and work done by the competitors. We had many apartment owners who weren't sure whether they're ready to start and whether their activities are enough to compete. This year we are also launching the competition, and last year the winner was from Ogre. also some pictures, but taken by the apartment owners. So this is no longer just a competition. It is a movement that activates residents to improve their own environment. We are trying to make them responsible, creative, and to understand them that cooperation matters. And what we are currently working on the ombudsman position, we understand that not very many people are ready to go to the court with their everyday problems in maintenance and servicing. At the same time, a court means expenditures, huge amounts of money for advocates, and paying tolls to the government. At the same time, you need to have time, and very often problems that are occurring in the field of maintenance need a solution not just tomorrow, but actually today. So an ombudsman is a faster and a cheaper decision how to solve conflicts between different entities, like apartment owners community and the maintenance company, for example. And also we are working and starting to evaluate all of the different companies to create the rankings of administrators. It's not an obligation. Every company that is willing to participate can give us different kind of information on their business work, and we will evaluate it due to different criteria. It might help the society and apartment owners to choose appropriately the maintenance company for their house. And at the same time, it also might help the maintenance company to understand what are the reasons for not getting a very high level and a very high position in these rankings. It's like we are helping to give an audit and to search for some kind of failures or mistakes that can be easily solved, and in future this company might get a higher valuation and be more popular among the apartment owners. And the certification goes together with this ranking idea and activity, because it's not reasonable that a person gains appropriate education like 20 years ago. During the past 20 years, regulation and technical solutions have changed, so we have decided that actually it would be reasonable to give some kind of supportive program. At the one hand, it will give new information on policy, on regulation, on technical solutions, on work with customers. But at the same time, we will check the knowledge of our administrators, and giving them a certificate for completing a specific test will also show to the customers that these people are thinking about their work, they are trying to develop their knowledge, not just living on old experiences and old diplomas, which also gained support from the Ministry of Economy. And also we are going on to hold our conference, the award, to participate in an international project, what we have tried to do this year, and we are going to go on until we get a project. And of course regular member events, because our work is based on people who are supporting us. What we can do together in the Baltics, for example, we have also positive ideas which are working in our field, like temporary protection status. But in general, we understand when we have prepared our common project that the big problem is the separation of markets of Latvia, Estonia, and Latvia, that we have to cooperate to take positive experiences from each other and to implement it not just locally but on the level of all three countries. This way gaining not just new ideas but highly likely smaller prices for the same renovation. Also, I would like to thank you, Housing Europe, for the opportunity to participate this year in one of the projects for equal housing. Akil, for being our a big sun. Your logo is like a rising sun, and we are going in this direction. Of course, our Lithuanian partners who last year visited Riga during our conference, and once again Ministry of Economy, because they're our everyday partners in our discussions in solution searches and findings, and of course in real implementing inside of policy. So what would I like to tell in the end? First of all, let's do it together and let's go on together. But as I have mentioned and showed, we have this competition, this award, the tidiest yard of Riga or Latvia. And I believe that Ekil is very similar to a gardener, and you are making a beautiful garden out of Estonia by small steps, by separate yards, by separate gardens. And that's the reason why we would like to give you two presents. One present is identical to the prize that's received by the communities of apartment owners, and the second one is flowers. But it would be very complicated to bring flowers from Riga. We are bringing flowers out of marshmallows, around 30, and I hope you will divide them among your members who are present today.
nii, aitäh.
Thank you very much. So the entire board should join me up here. Nii et see on teile ja see on tervele tiimile.
Nii, tõstame üles siis. Nii, aitäh. Aga Aleksandra, you stay in the stage. Ja Kadri ja Knut, tulge ka.
So all our speakers of the last panel, please join us on stage. And apologies to the interpreters that we are going over the schedule. So a couple of questions from the audience. We had very interesting presentations, and actually we do see that when Alexandra speaks, she has so much to say because she wants to do so much, and is very enthusiastic. And I also want to thank Anne from Pärnu and Risto and others. So when you started in Latvia, then in Pärnu we had a Latvian delegation on a weekly basis to share experience. So the Pärnu housing associations have had a big role in the shaping of your organization. So a big applause to the Pärnu housing associations and to Anna and Sergei. And Kadri has really had to go through thick and thin with the Soft Academy, and we've been at the meetings. It's been so complicated to get the permit to build the elevator 10 centimeters on city land, so crazy complicated. And Knut's experience, how he came and brought our Mustamäe example to Berlin, and that's a great achievement. So 2 questions from the audience we will allow. So this is real practical life that we just heard about from different aspects, from different countries. I would like to take the opportunity, since Kadri is close by, then I can ask her questions later. And Latvia is quite close as well, so my question is to Knut Höller. In Germany, are there other support measures to motivate housing associations in addition to direct grants? And second question, in the video you showed, where the Estonian company did prefabricated renovation, it was quite a fast-paced video, but was there also a change in the area of the dwelling? And is that allowed in Germany?
Thank you very much for the questions. The second question first. Yes, the owner in Germany decides about the size of the apartment, and sometimes when floors are not appropriate and also demographic factors or other factors are involved, then in connection with the refurbishment, also floor plans changed. That's not so common. It was quite common in the 90s when the population was shrinking in East Germany, and some of the typical panel buildings were adopted to better floor plans and so on. Also in principle it's possible and the owner decides. And the first question about homeowner associations. I mentioned that we have a bit more diversified housing market with a huge share of rental apartments. Approximately 25% of our dwellings are homeowner occupied apartments. And to compare it with your country, with other countries, homeowner apartments and homeowners are the most difficult target group with regard to building refurbishment. So we have the same problems as you are having here. And the main instrument to motivate homeowners in Germany is to offer also grants in the refurbishment program. And in Germany, grants are mainly combined with subsidized or interest attractive, low interest attractive long-term loans. And this combination makes it then possible for homeowners to do refurbishment works. Together with that, we have information campaigns and a lot of assistance due to energy consultants and so on to motivate homeowners to start thinking about refurbishment and so on. We had also some juridical problems, and majority decisions were an obstacle, so that also the law changed a bit, that lower quorums are necessary to decide about refurbishment in Germany today as it was in previous times.
Nii, kas tuleb veel küsimusi? On? Jah, nii.
Any other questions?
Ole kena.
Thank you again for very interesting presentations. My question is to Kadri. I'm also trying to do district renovation in Lääne-Viru County, and looking at the work that you have done, then actually the question is about the fact that I noticed that you said that in cooperation with the city, utilities will be renovated, but we have private companies with all kinds of communications. So have you discussed whether the communications will be renewed or not, because all these are older as well? When it comes to telecommunications lines, then yes, they traverse the area, but that's that goes outside the area and from a new place and easier. With the telecommunications lines, rather the issue has been that all the old communications, they are left in the ground. They're out of use, and you don't see the information anywhere. And when the landowner, in this case the city, wants to start doing something on this land, then this information might not appear at the right time, and then the city, or in some cases the private owner, is the one who will have to start dealing with these lines. With the housing association, they say, oh, take them up, and it's a small area of land where they are. But it's a broader issue that underground we have lots of communications, and when they are no longer used, you don't see them anywhere, and at one point they become problematic. Also the light cables that were a problem, they were nowhere in the documents. It was a surprise. And actually the line holder had the question of what are these. So Oliver, you have lost all the documents when the collective farm stopped operating, so good luck with this work. Finally, a question. Okay, go ahead. Good evening. I'm the head of a management company. A question to representative of Latvia. It's the same climate, the same region. When it comes to renovation, have you done something differently that we could learn from from Latvia in renovation?
Actually, it's hard to tell what we have done differently because I haven't made any kind of technical research on local Estonian projects. I know that we haven't used these panels, and currently our local companies are working on wooden panels for installation. But at the same time, I believe that we have a slightly different approach at the beginning of this project. Not a technical one, but most important, the preparation project, because our Ministry of Economy has made research on typical types of block buildings, on multi-apartment buildings built during the Soviet era, and also offered practical solutions that might be implemented for particular buildings by using these typical solutions which are characteristic for this particular series or type of building. But at the same time, they have offered not only general solutions for a complete deep renovation, but also simplified solutions for partial works like balconies and terraces and windows and facades, which gives a choice for the customer, for the multi-apartment building owners, what they're willing to do, whether they are ready for a big loan and participation in co-funding, or they're more interested in local partial works because they know that they have only some problems of this building. More technical solutions to give some kind of comparison, I need to take 2 or 3 projects to say this we are doing the same and this we are doing somehow different.
Thank you very much. And last question, and then we will finish this panel. Who wants to be the one to ask the last question? Looking straight at you. I knew that you would always have a question. Thank you. I actually have a question to my dear Latvian friend Alexandra, and I didn't quite understand, but I want to understand. How much enthusiasm do the Latvian housing associations have for the grants? We just had a round where 500 housing associations applied, 150 got funding. So in Latvia, is it the same? Do you have the same kinds of calls for proposals? So how sexy are these types of grants for Latvians?
Currently, the offered grants are very popular and communities are interested in receiving them. And we have a little bit a different situation currently. We don't have the final data on it because we already see that the applications are more than the grants are offered. But at the same time, I know in my company where I'm working, like my everyday life, not inside Myoclis, but to earn a salary, I know that we have at least 50 or 60 more objects just in Riga who would like to receive this support and are waiting for excessive funds that won't be used during this program, or maybe a new next program will open, or some kind of local city council program. So just observing only one company and about 3,000 houses, I would say that the enthusiasm is huge. But in smaller companies, I see a particular problem. It's related to leading and supporting these projects, because very often maintenance companies and administrators are not ready. They don't know how to start this project and how successfully finish it. It's a problem because, once again, education, but the more we have such kind of specialists, the more is the interest. So it's growing every year, and currently it's twice as big as really can be supported.
Thank you. And the undertone of Urmas's question led us to the conclusion that we need to also finalize our event, and we will continue at 6 o'clock with the festive part. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to all the audience members who stayed with us till the end of the day. Thank you to all the online participants, and the speaker kindly thanks the interpreters.
Kertu Liik ja Liina Sudak ja muidugi meie Soundlandi.
Also, we would like to thank the Soundland team who were responsible for the online broadcasting, global broadcasting, and also did the recording of today's event. So thank you to all the participants, thank you to all the panelists. And this concludes the 12th Baltic Housing Conference. Let's meet in 2 years' time at the 13th Baltic Housing Conference. So we'll hear in 2 years' time what will be topical then. A wonderful spring to everybody, and if you have received the invitation, then the anniversary celebrations will start at 5:30. The official part starts at 6 o'clock in this very same hotel in a smaller hall. So there's some time to do your hair and get in the right mood. So once again, thank you to all the participants, and let's meet at future events. Thank you.